Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night. It's been almost 6 years, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I've tried to explain it away, tried to convince myself I was just tired or seeing things, but I know what I saw. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't high, and I wasn't hallucinating. I grew up in this small town in Maine called Millbridge. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and there's not much to do except hang out at the one diner or the movie theater that only shows films months after they've left regular theaters. My best friend Tyler lived with his mum and younger brother Jake in this old 2-story house directly across from the town cemetery. Not the newer cemetery where they still bury people, but the old historical one with graves dating back to the 1700s. Tyler's house was built in the 1920s, with creaky wooden floors and those old-fashioned radiators that make knocking sounds in winter. His mum worked night shifts as a nurse at the regional hospital about 40 minutes away, so on weekends she'd leave us alone with Jake, who was 11 at the time. Tyler and I were 15. From the very first time I stayed over, I noticed weird things about that house. Nothing major at first, just the feeling of being watched sometimes, or hearing footsteps on the stairs when nobody was there. Tyler had gotten used to it. "The house just makes noises," he'd say whenever I mentioned it. Jake was more open about it. He'd tell us about toys that moved in his room, or his closet door opening by itself. This particular Friday in October, I remember the weather had turned really cold suddenly. There was this weird fog hanging over the cemetery across the street, and the bare tree branches looked like skeleton fingers against the grey sky. Tyler's mom left for work around 6 in the evening, leaving us $20 for pizza. We ordered pepperoni and played Call of Duty for hours. Jake hung out with us until about 10, then said he was tired and went to bed. His bedroom was on the first floor, down a hallway off the living room. Tyler and I kept playing until almost midnight, then decided to call it quits. The living room had this big L-shaped couch that we'd usually sleep on. Tyler took the long part, and I took the shorter section. We were setting up our blankets and pillows when I heard the floorboards creak in the hallway leading to Jake's room. I looked up, and clear as day, I saw Jake walking across the hallway toward the bathroom. He was wearing his blue pajama pants and that faded Minecraft t-shirt he always slept in. His hair was all messy, like he'd just woken up. "Jake," I called out, not too loud. "You need something?" He didn't answer or even look at me, just kept walking toward the bathroom with this weird, slow stride. I figured he was half asleep. "Your brother's up," I said to Tyler, who was fixing his blanket with his back to the hallway. "Probably just going to the bathroom," Tyler mumbled, not really paying attention. The thing is, I kept my eyes on that hallway, waiting to hear the bathroom door close or see the light switch on. But neither happened. There was just this silence. Then I heard a soft moaning sound like someone in pain coming from the direction Jake had walked. "Did you hear that?" I asked Tyler. "Hear what?" "That noise from the hallway." Tyler stopped what he was doing and listened. "I don't hear anything." I stood up, still staring at the hallway. "I'm gonna check on Jake. He went to the bathroom but never turned on the light." "Whatever, dude," Tyler said, reaching for his phone. I walked down the hallway, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The bathroom door was open, and it was completely dark inside. "Jake?" I called softly, standing at the bathroom doorway. No answer. I flipped on the light switch. The bathroom was empty. A wave of confusion hit me. I distinctly remembered seeing Jake walk this way, and I had kept my eyes on the hallway the whole time. He never walked back toward his bedroom. He couldn't have, because I would have seen him. Then I heard a shuffling sound coming from Jake's room. My heart started beating faster as I walked the few steps to Jake's bedroom door, which was half open. I pushed it gently. Jake. In the dim glow of his rocket ship nightlight, I could see Jake in his bed, curled up under his covers. His breathing was deep and regular. I stood there frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. Jake was clearly asleep, had been asleep this whole time. His covers weren't disturbed like he'd just jumped back into bed. His hair wasn't sticking up like I'd seen moments ago in the hallway. He was in a completely different position than what would make sense if he'd just rushed back to bed. "Tyler," I called, my voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. "Tyler, come here." Something in my tone must have alarmed him because he appeared in the hallway almost immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked. I gestured toward Jake's room. "Look at your brother." Tyler peeked in and shrugged. "He's sleeping." "So?" "I just saw him walking to the bathroom," I said. "Like 30 seconds ago." "No way, he's been asleep." "Tyler, I'm telling you, I saw him. He was wearing his Minecraft shirt and blue pajama pants." Tyler's face changed. He looked into his brother's room again, then back at me. "Those are what he's wearing right now." "I know," I said. "But I swear to God, I saw him walking to the bathroom. He never came back down the hallway. I was watching the whole time." Tyler went into Jake's room and gently shook his brother's shoulder. Jake groaned and rolled over, clearly disoriented from being woken from a deep sleep. "What?" Jake mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. "Did you just get up to go to the bathroom?" Tyler asked him. Jake rubbed his eyes. "No, what time is it?" "Almost midnight," Tyler told him. "I've been asleep for like 2 hours," Jake said, annoyed. "Can I go back to sleep now?" Tyler nodded and we backed out of the room, closing the door softly behind us. In the hallway, Tyler looked at me, his face pale even in the dim light. "What did you see exactly?" I described it again. Jake walking slowly across the hallway toward the bathroom, not responding when I called to him. The moaning sound. "I never took my eyes off the hallway," I insisted. "He never walked back to his room, but he's clearly been in bed this whole time." We went back to the living room, but neither of us sat down. The comfortable, familiar space suddenly felt alien and threatening. "This house has always had weird stuff," Tyler admitted, his voice low. "Mom doesn't like talking about it, but we've all seen and heard things. But this is different." "What do you mean?" "We've heard footsteps, doors closing, stuff like that. Mom once saw a shadow figure at the top of the stairs, but we've never seen like a full-on person before, especially not one that looks exactly like someone who lives here." A chill ran down my spine. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. It had looked exactly like Jake. Same height, same hair, same clothes, but it wasn't Jake. Couldn't have been Jake. "Could it have been a reflection or something?" I suggested, desperately wanting a logical explanation. Tyler shook his head. "There are no mirrors in that hallway. No windows either." We stayed up until almost 3 in the morning, sitting with our backs against the couch, facing the hallway. We didn't play any more games or watch TV. We just sat there, listening to every creak and groan of the old house, jumping at every sound. Around 2:30, we both heard distinct footsteps on the stairs leading to the second floor. Heavy, deliberate steps, like an adult walking slowly up the stairs. Then a door opened and closed upstairs. "Your mom isn't home yet, is she?" I whispered. Tyler checked his phone. "No, she doesn't get off until 6. We didn't investigate the upstairs noise. Neither of us wanted to go up there. When the sun finally came up, I called my mum and asked her to pick me up early. I made up some excuse about not feeling well. I couldn't tell her the real reason, that I was terrified of staying in that house another minute. Before I left, Tyler and I made a pact not to tell Jake what I'd seen. No need to scare him. But as I was putting on my shoes to leave, Jake came out of his room, looking worried. "Did you guys see the boy last night?" he asked casually, like he was asking about breakfast. Tyler and I exchanged glances. "What boy?" Tyler asked. "The one that looks like me," Jake said. "I've seen him before. He walks around at night sometimes. Mom says I'm just dreaming, but I'm not." I felt sick to my stomach. When have you seen him?" Jake shrugged. "Sometimes when I wake up at night, I see him standing in my doorway or walking down the hall. He looks just like me, but his eyes are different." "Different how?" Tyler asked, his voice barely audible. "They're all black," Jake said simply, "and he never talks. He just looks at me and then walks away." I left shortly after that conversation and made up excuses not to sleep over at Tyler's for months afterward. Eventually, I did go back, but I always made sure we stayed in Tyler's room upstairs with the door locked, never in the living room. Tyler's family moved away the following year when his mom got a better job in another state. I've often wondered if the house was part of the reason they left, though Tyler never said so explicitly. To this day, I can't explain what I saw. It wasn't a dream or my imagination. I was wide awake and saw Jake, or something that looked exactly like Jake, walking across that hallway. But it wasn't him. It couldn't have been him. Sometimes I still think about that moaning sound I heard and the way the thing moved, not quite right, like it was wearing Jake's appearance, but didn't know exactly how to use his body. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd followed it into the dark bathroom that night instead of checking Jake's room first. I don't have any answers. All I know is what I saw, and 6 years later, it still keeps me up at night sometimes. Story 2. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer an explanation that doesn't make me want to never sleep again. I've always been a terrible sleeper. Insomnia, sleep paralysis, you name it. I've dealt with it since my teens. So naturally, I became obsessed with tracking my sleep patterns, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. About 8 months ago, I downloaded the Sleep Cycle app after a coworker recommended it. The app uses your phone's microphone to monitor your movements and sounds throughout the night, creating these neat little graphs showing your sleep quality. It also records any noises you make, snoring, talking, whatever. At first, I was just interested in the data. I'd wake up and check my sleep score, look at the graph, see if I'd been restless. Then I discovered the recordings feature, and honestly, it became kind of entertaining. Apparently, I giggle in my sleep sometimes, which was embarrassing but also kind of funny to hear. The app would catch me mumbling about random stuff, work deadlines, my cat, once even something about tacos. Normal sleep-talking stuff, you know? Last Wednesday started like any other day. I woke up around 6:30, made coffee, and checked my Sleep Cycle app while eating breakfast before work. The graph showed I'd had a pretty decent night, dipping into deep sleep several times. I scrolled down to see if there were any recordings from the night. 6 recordings. That wasn't unusual. The app typically picked up when I turned over or breathed heavily. I clicked on the first one, just me shifting in bed, the sheets rustling. The second and third were similar. The fourth was me mumbling something unintelligible, normal. The 5th recording caught my attention because of its label. Usually the app categorizes sounds as snoring, coughing, or just sounds. This one was labeled talking, which I'd never seen before. I figured maybe I'd had a particularly clear sleep-talking moment. I pressed play, and my whole body went cold. The recording was 14 seconds long. It started with what sounded like my bedroom door creaking slightly, that distinctive little squeak it makes when opened slowly. Then there was silence for maybe 2 seconds, and then voices, multiple voices. The clearest was a man's voice, low and raspy, saying something that sounded like, "Still asleep, check the..." The rest was muffled. A different voice, also male but higher pitched, responded with something I couldn't make out. Then there was a sound, like someone moving across my bedroom floor, the specific way my floorboards creak in that one spot near my dresser. and the recording ended. I sat frozen, coffee forgotten, completely unable to process what I'd just heard. I must have replayed it 15 times, the icy feeling in my stomach getting worse with each listen. Because here's the thing, I live alone. I've lived alone in this apartment for 3 years. No roommates, no boyfriend currently, just me and my cat. With shaking hands, I quickly checked the 6th recording. It was just me breathing heavily, taken about 20 minutes after the 5th one. I immediately thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked my front door, locked, deadbolt secured. My windows were all locked too. Nothing was missing that I could tell. My laptop was still on my desk, my wallet still in my purse. Then I remembered my smart lock. When I moved in, I installed an electric lock that connects to an app on my phone. It records every time the door is locked or unlocked. I opened the app and checked the log. The last activity was at 7:20 the previous evening, when I locked up after getting home from work. Nothing after that until I unlocked it that morning to check if someone had come in. The recording timestamp said 2:41 in the morning. Someone, multiple someones, had been in my bedroom at 2:41 in the morning while I was asleep, and there was no record of them entering or leaving. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function normally after that discovery. I spent the morning inspecting every inch of my apartment. I checked for hidden passages, loose vents, anything that could explain how someone got in. Nothing. My apartment is on the 3rd floor, so coming through a window would be difficult, and they were all locked anyway. I even asked my landlord if anyone else had a key. He assured me that only he had a master key, and it was securely locked in his office. Besides, the smart lock would have recorded if anyone used a key to get in. I went through the other recordings from previous nights, searching for anything similar. Nothing. Just my usual sleep sounds. That night, I couldn't bear to stay in my apartment. I packed an overnight bag and went to my sister's place, making up some story about my heating being broken. I didn't tell her the real reason. It sounded too crazy. I was afraid she'd think I was losing it. The next day, I returned to my apartment but left the sleep cycle app running while I was out shopping. Nothing recorded. It only activates when it detects movement or sound in the room. I decided to set up my laptop as a makeshift security camera for the next night. I positioned it on my bookshelf with the camera facing my bed and set it to record the entire night. I also placed a chair against my bedroom door. Not enough to keep someone out if they really wanted to get in, but enough that I'd hear it move if someone tried. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise had me jolting awake, heart racing. Morning finally came, and I checked the laptop footage immediately. Nothing. Just me tossing and turning all night. The chair was still in place. I checked the sleep cycle app. 3 recordings from the night, all just me shifting in bed or breathing heavily. No voices. For the past 5 nights I've continued this setup. Laptop recording, chair against the door, sleep cycle running. Nothing unusual has happened. I've started to wonder if maybe I imagined the whole thing, or if there was some kind of glitch with the app. But then yesterday, I decided to email the recording to myself so I could listen to it on better speakers. I thought maybe with better audio quality, I could make out more of what was said. I played it through my computer speakers, and that's when I noticed something I hadn't caught before. At the very end of the recording, right after the sound of footsteps crossing my floor, there's a faint whisper. It's barely audible, but with the volume turned all the way up, I can make it out clearly now. She'll never know we were here. I've spent hours analyzing this recording. I've tried convincing myself it's a neighbor's TV coming through the walls, or maybe the app somehow picked up a radio signal or mixed in audio from somewhere else. But I know my apartment. I know how sound travels here. And that voice, those voices, were in my room. The thing that terrifies me most isn't just that someone was in my apartment, it's that they got in without leaving any trace, without triggering my lock, without disturbing anything, and the way they spoke, "She'll never know we were here," suggests this wasn't the first time. How many nights have they been in my room while I slept, moving silently enough that the app didn't even pick them up? What do they want? Why haven't they taken anything? And why me? I haven't slept properly in days. I'm staying at a hotel tonight. Told my boss I'm having my apartment fumigated. I can't bring myself to go back there to sleep. I'm considering breaking my lease and moving, but the thought that these people, whoever they are, could find me again keeps me paralyzed with fear. I've thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? My sleep app recorded voices in my empty, locked apartment. I have no evidence of a break-in, nothing was stolen, and there's no sign of forced entry. They'd probably think I was making it up or that I had forgotten about having guests over. I've attached the recording to this post. Can anyone make out what they're saying more clearly? Has anyone experienced anything like this? Am I overreacting, or should I be as terrified as I feel? I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation, but every time I hear that whisper, "She'll never know we were here," I feel sick to my stomach. Because until that night, they were right. I never knew they were there, and I have no way of knowing how many times they've been in my room watching me sleep before the app finally caught them. Story 3. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my closest friends because, honestly, who would believe me? It happened 3 years ago when I was 16, working as a stage crew member for my high school's drama department in Westridge. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows about the haunted places, but nobody takes them seriously. Our school auditorium had that reputation. People claimed they heard footsteps when nobody was there, felt cold spots, the usual stuff. I always rolled my eyes at those stories, until that night in November. It was a Friday, and we'd just finished the second performance of our fall play. Most people don't realize how much work goes into cleaning up after a show. The cast had their after party to get to, so they bailed pretty quick, and the crew started dispersing too. Our drama teacher, Mr. Collins, asked if someone could stay behind to finish organizing the props and sweep the stage. I volunteered because I needed the extra credit, and honestly, I didn't have anywhere better to be that night. "Just lock up when you're done, Jake," Mr. Collins told me, handing me the keys. "Don't forget to turn off the lights." "No problem," I said, not thinking much of it. By 9:30, everyone had left. The auditorium was this massive space that could seat about 400 people, with this really tall ceiling that made every little sound echo. For the play, we'd built this large fake wall right in the middle of the stage. It had a makeshift door in it so actors could pass through, and it created this sort of hallway between the wall and the actual back of the stage, maybe 8 feet deep. The stage layout is important to understand what happened. On the right side of the stage was the only exit door that led into the school hallway. The left side was a dead end, just walls. So to get from one side to the other, you had to go through that makeshift hallway behind the wall. I was on the left side of the stage, organizing props and sweeping. Mr. Collins had turned off most of the lights, leaving just the house lights on. Those are the lights that illuminate the audience seating area. They cast this dim, yellowish glow onto the stage, but the back hallway behind the wall was almost completely dark, except for this blue emergency light at the far end. It was just bright enough that you could navigate without tripping over stuff. After about 20 minutes, I finished the left side and needed to head to the right to finish up and leave. I remember checking my phone. It was 10:15, and I was getting kind of hungry and just wanted to go home. The school was so quiet it was almost uncomfortable. You know that weird silence that makes normal buildings feel strange? That's what it was like. I started walking through that back hallway. It was chilly back there, which wasn't unusual for November in our poorly heated school. Along the back wall, we had these tall ladders leaning against it that we used for adjusting the lights. Normally, the blue emergency light would create a small reflection on the metal parts of the ladders. As I was walking, I glanced up at the ladders, And that's when I noticed something was off. There wasn't any reflection on one section of the ladders. It was just dark. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe something was blocking the light. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized what I was looking at was a shape, a human shape, but not quite human. It was just standing there, completely still, this black silhouette against the already dim background. It was like looking at a cutout of a person, but filled with something darker than just shadow. My first thought was that someone from the crew had stayed behind and was messing with me. So I called out, "Anyone there?" God, I wish I hadn't done that. The moment I spoke, I realized two things simultaneously that made my blood turn to ice. First, this figure was tall. Not just tall like a basketball player, but impossibly tall. Its head nearly touched the ceiling, which had to be at least 9 feet high in that section. Second, it wasn't just standing there anymore. It was turning toward me. I couldn't see a face. There were no features at all. Just this outline of pure darkness. It wasn't someone wearing black clothes. It was like a hole in reality, a human-shaped absence of light. And somehow, I still don't know how to explain this part, I could feel its emotion. Not hear or see, but feel it. Like it was broadcasting directly into my head. It was shocked. Whatever this thing was, it was surprised to see me there. I got this overwhelming sense that it hadn't expected anyone to be in the auditorium. Like I had caught it in the middle of something. And worse, like it had been waiting for someone specific, and I wasn't that person. For a split second, we just stood there. Me, frozen in, terror, this 9-foot shadow thing looming in the darkness. Then my survival instincts kicked in. I don't remember deciding to move, but suddenly I was sprinting through the makeshift door, out of that hallway, across the stage, and into the audience area where there was more light. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I reached the main entrance of the auditorium. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. I burst into the main school hallway, which was lit normally, and slammed the auditorium door behind me. I stood there gasping for breath, keys still in my hand, wondering what the hell I should do. Call someone. Who would believe me? Go back in there? No way in hell. I was torn between my responsibility to lock up and my absolute certainty that I was not going back into that auditorium. After a few minutes of standing there like an idiot, I decided to peek through the small window in the auditorium door. The house lights were still on, illuminating the seats and casting that dim glow onto the stage. I couldn't see the back hallway from this angle, just the main part of the stage. Nothing seemed to be moving. I don't know what came over me, maybe temporary insanity. But I slowly opened the door again and took a few cautious steps inside, staying close to the exit. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed through the empty space. Nothing. The smart thing would have been to just leave, tell Mr. Collins I got spooked and left without finishing. But 16-year-old me had this stupid idea that I needed to know what I saw. I needed to confirm I wasn't just seeing things. I inched my way down the aisle toward the stage, ready to bolt at any second. When I reached the front row, I stopped and looked hard at the stage and the visible part of that back hallway. Everything looked normal. No 9-foot shadow person. Then, the stage lights flickered, just for a second. They weren't supposed to be on at all, just a quick flash, like someone had hit the switch and immediately turned it off again. The control booth was at the back of the auditorium, locked, and I had the only key. That was it for me. I turned and ran out, not stopping until I reached my car in the parking lot. I didn't even lock the auditorium door, I just left. I called Mr. Collins from my car, making up some lame excuse about feeling sick and having to leave suddenly. He was annoyed, but said he'd come by and check the place himself. The next day, he pulled me aside and asked if I'd been messing with the lighting system. Apparently, when he went to lock up, he found the stage lights had been tampered with, several bulbs unscrewed, one of the main cables unplugged. I told him no, and he believed me because I honestly didn't know the first thing about the lighting system. For weeks afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I was in that auditorium. I made sure I was never alone in there again. I would make excuses to leave with groups, volunteer for jobs that kept me far from the stage, anything to avoid being near that back hallway. The thing that still haunts me isn't just what I saw, it's what I felt from it. That sense of shock, like I'd interrupted something. Whatever was standing there in the darkness had a purpose, and I wasn't part of it. It was waiting for someone else, and sometimes I wonder if it's still waiting, standing in that dark hallway behind the stage wall, 9 feet of pure shadow, patient and silent. I graduated last year and haven't set foot in that auditorium since, but a month ago I got a text from a sophomore who's now on the stage crew. He asked if the tall guy who sometimes stands backstage was a former teacher or something. I didn't know how to respond. I still don't have any explanation for what I saw. Was it a ghost? Some kind of entity? A trick of light and shadow combined with an overactive imagination? I don't know, but whatever it was, it knew I was there. It turned when I spoke. It was surprised to see me. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I get this feeling that maybe it wasn't just in the auditorium. Maybe it followed me out that night, and it's been waiting for the right moment ever since. Story 4. I've never really told this story outside my immediate family because I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy or making it up. But it happened when I was 4 years old, and even though I'm 23 now, I remember it like it happened yesterday. It's the kind of thing that stays with you. We lived in this small coastal town called Seabreeze when I was little. Our house wasn't anything special, just a regular single-story place with white siding and blue shutters. What I remember most was the enclosed patio at the front. It had these big windows that let in lots of light during the day, but at night they turned into these black mirrors that reflected the inside of our house back at us. The patio had the main entrance to our house, and my mom kept a couple of chairs out there where she'd sit sometimes and have coffee with neighbors. That evening started like any other. It was autumn, I think, because I remember wearing this fuzzy pink sweater my grandma had given me for my birthday. Mom, my older sister Emma, and I were in the lounge room watching some cartoon, probably SpongeBob or something like that. Emma was 7 and always complaining about having to watch baby shows with me, but Mom made her sit with us for family time. The sun had set, and I was getting tired. Mom had already mentioned it was almost bedtime, which I was obviously trying to ignore. Our lounge room had this massive window that looked right out onto the enclosed patio. The curtains were open because Mom hadn't closed them yet for the night. I remember feeling strange. Suddenly, you know that feeling when someone's looking at you, like a prickly sensation on the back of your neck? That's what I felt. At first, I tried to ignore it and focus on the TV, but the feeling got stronger and stronger until I couldn't concentrate on anything else. When I finally looked toward the window, my heart nearly stopped. There was an old man sitting in one of our patio chairs. He wasn't doing anything threatening, just sitting there with his left ankle resting on his right knee, watching us through the window. He had thin white hair combed neatly to the side and wore a plaid button-up shirt tucked into brown pants with suspenders. His face wasn't scary exactly, but there was something intense about the way he was looking at me specifically. I remember tugging on Mom's sleeve and pointing toward the window. "Mom," I said, my voice shaking a little. "Do you see that man?" Mom looked up from her magazine, glanced at the window, and then back at me with this confused expression. "Where? What man, Lily?" I pointed again, more insistently this time. "That man. The old man sitting in the chair on the patio." Mom put down her magazine and really looked this time, squinting toward the window. "Honey, there's nobody out there." "Yes, there is," I insisted, my voice getting higher with panic. "He's sitting right there. in the chair. He's wearing suspenders and he's got his foot up on his knee." By this point, Emma had turned away from the TV too and was looking at the window. "I don't see anyone either, Lily. You're just trying to stay up later." But I wasn't making it up. The man was still there, completely still, just watching me, and now I was getting really scared because Mom and Emma couldn't see him. I started crying, which I hated doing in front of Emma because she always called me a baby. "He's right there!" I screamed, pointing frantically. "You really can't see him? He's looking at me!" Mom must have realized I wasn't faking because she got up and walked to the window, peering out into the darkness of the patio. I watched her look directly at where the man was sitting, and her eyes just passed over him, like he wasn't there at all. "Sweetie, there's nobody out there," she said, her voice gentle but worried. "Look, I'll turn on the outside light so you can see." She flipped the switch for the patio light, and bright fluorescent light flooded the enclosed area. And just like that, the man was gone. Not like he got up and walked away. He simply wasn't there anymore once the light came on. I was still crying, partly from fear and partly from frustration that nobody believed me. "He was there, Mum. I swear he was there." Mum came back and sat next to me, pulling me into a hug. "I believe you think you saw something, sweetie. Why don't you tell me what he looked like?" So I described him again, adding details I hadn't mentioned before. How his eyes were pale blue, how he had these deep wrinkles around his mouth like smile lines, how his hands were spotted with those brown marks older people get. I mentioned the watch on his left wrist that had a leather band, and how one of his suspender clips was slightly crooked. As I talked, I noticed Mum's face change. Her eyes got wider, and she went really pale. She exchanged this weird look with Emma, who was old enough to understand whatever was happening, even if I wasn't. "Lily," Mom said slowly, "how do you know what he looked like? You've never seen him before." I didn't understand the question. "I just told you, I saw him sitting on the patio." Mom got up suddenly. "Wait here for a minute." She left the room, and I could hear her rummaging around in her bedroom. Emma scooted closer to me on the couch, which was weird because she usually tried to stay as far away from me as possible. "You're not making this up, are you?" she whispered. I shook my head. "He was there, Emma. Why couldn't you see him?" Before she could answer, Mom came back holding something in her hands. It was a photo album, the old-fashioned kind with the sticky pages covered in plastic. She sat down between Emma and me and opened it to a page near the beginning. "Lily," she said, her voice shaking slightly, "is this who you saw?" I looked down at the photo and felt my whole body go cold. It was him, the exact same man I'd just seen on our patio. Same plaid shirt, same suspenders, same way of sitting with his ankle on his knee. The photo showed him sitting in a lawn chair at what looked like a barbecue, laughing at something off camera. "That's him," I said, pointing at the picture. "That's the man I saw." Mum's hand went to her mouth, and I saw tears in her eyes. "Lily, this is your Pop, my dad, your grandfather." I didn't understand why she was so upset. "So Pop came to visit us?" Mom and Emma exchanged another one of those looks. "Sweetie," Mom said carefully, "Pop died 3 years before you were born. You've never met him." I remember feeling confused and scared all over again. "But I just saw him." "Have you ever shown her pictures of Dad before?" Emma asked Mom. Mom shook her head. "No, never. This album's been in my closet since we moved here. I haven't even looked at it myself in years." That's when I realized why they were both so freaked out. I'd just described, in perfect detail, a man I'd never seen before. Not in pictures, not in videos, nowhere. There was no way I could have known what he looked like, what he wore, or how he sat with his ankle on his knee like that. But I had seen him, as clearly as I could see Mom and Emma sitting next to me. That night, Mom let me sleep in her bed. I was too scared to sleep alone, worried the man, my pop, might appear again. I remember asking Mom if she thought he wanted to hurt us. "No, honey," she said, stroking my hair. "If that was really your pop, he'd never hurt you. He was the gentlest man I ever knew." "Then why was he watching us?" I asked. Mom was quiet for a long time before answering. "Maybe he just wanted to see his granddaughter. He never got to meet you when he was alive." I thought about that for a while. "But why couldn't you see him?" She didn't have an answer for that one. The next morning, Mom showed me more pictures of Pop. In almost every one, he was sitting the same way, left ankle on right knee. She told me it was his habit, that he always sat like that. She also told me how much I looked like him. Same eyes, same smile. Things she'd never mentioned to me before. We never saw Pop again after that night. At least I never did. But sometimes even now I get that feeling of being watched. It doesn't scare me anymore though. Instead, it's kind of comforting. Like maybe he's still checking in on us. The strangest part came a few weeks after the incident. Mom found an old home video that her brother had digitized and sent her years ago. She'd never watched it. It showed a family Christmas when she was a teenager, and there was Pop sitting in a chair by the tree, left ankle on right knee, wearing that same plaid shirt and those suspenders. At one point, he looked directly at the camera and smiled. It was exactly the same way he'd looked at me through our window. I've tried to come up with logical explanations over the years. Maybe I had seen a photo and forgotten about it. Maybe I'd overheard Mom describing him to someone. But deep down, I know none of those explanations make sense. I described details about him that even Mom had forgotten until she saw the pictures again. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night in Seabreeze. All I know is that somehow, when I was 4 years old, I saw my grandfather watching me through a window. A man who had died years before I was born. A man whose face I'd never seen. Sometimes I wonder if he's still watching, waiting for me to notice him again. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and that feeling of being watched comes over me, I find myself looking toward the windows, half expecting to see him sitting there with his ankle on his knee, watching over his granddaughter that he never got to meet in life. Story 5. I never believed in the paranormal until I moved into Cedar Hall at Westfield University last fall. I'm a pretty rational person, science major, skeptic by nature. But what happened in room 307 changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and honestly, I don't know if I ever will. It started about 2 months into the fall semester. My roommate Jay and I had settled into a comfortable routine. We weren't best friends or anything, but we got along well enough, respected each other's space, kept things tidy, the usual roommate stuff. The first incident was so small I barely registered it. Jay mentioned hearing someone call her name when she was alone in the room. I brushed it off. Old buildings make weird noises, right? But then things got stranger. Jay started texting me when I was in class, asking if I'd just been in our room. I hadn't. She swore she heard footsteps, drawers opening, all the sounds of someone moving around. I suggested maybe it was the people in the room above us. Sound carries weirdly in these old dorms. She seemed satisfied with that explanation, and honestly, I was too. Then came the weekend I spent at my girlfriend Olivia's family farmhouse, about 3 hours away from campus. It was our 6-month anniversary, and I was excited to get away from school stress for a couple days. The farmhouse was this gorgeous old place, surrounded by fields, totally peaceful, the kind of quiet you never get in a college dorm. The first night there was perfect. We made dinner together, watched movies, fell asleep cuddled up in her childhood bedroom. But the second night, God, I still get chills thinking about it. It was around 3 in the morning when I woke up to use the bathroom. When I came back to bed, I heard it, a tiny, barely audible whisper coming from the corner of the dark room. "Olivia," it said, so softly I thought I'd imagined it. Then, "Maya," I know you're awake." My blood turned to ice. Olivia was sound asleep next to me. We were the only ones in that part of the house. Her parents' bedroom was on the opposite side, and they were heavy sleepers anyway. I sat frozen, straining to hear more, but there was nothing. Just the normal farmhouse creaks and the distant sound of wind through the trees outside. I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that half-awake state where dreams and reality blur. I didn't even mention it to Olivia the next morning. We had breakfast with her parents, packed up my stuff, and she drove me back to campus that evening. When I got back to the dorm, Jay was acting weird, jumpy. She waited until I'd unpacked before telling me what happened while I was gone. "I heard you in here yesterday," she said, arms crossed tight across her chest, like multiple times. I laughed it off. Unless I've developed the ability to be in two places at once, that wasn't me. "I know what I heard, Maya. It was your voice. It was saying my name, asking if I was there. Then there was knocking on our bathroom door." "Maybe it was someone else in the hall," I suggested, but even as I said it, I felt uneasy. Jay's description reminded me of what I'd heard at Olivia's, that same soft, almost but not quite right voice. "No one else sounds like you," Jay insisted, "and no one else calls me Jaybird." That nickname hit me hard. I'd only started calling her that a few weeks earlier, and never around other people. Things escalated quickly after that. 3 days later, I was sitting in my molecular biology lecture when my phone buzzed with a group text from Jay to our roommate group chat. We had 2 suitemates who shared the connected room. "Who keeps refilling the water filter? Thanks, but weird not to say anything, lol." Our suitemates both replied they hadn't touched it. I hadn't either, and said so. Then my phone buzzed again with a direct message from Jay. "Are you messing with me? I've been hearing your voice in your room all morning. If this is a prank, it's not funny anymore." My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type my response. "I'm literally in class right now. Haven't been back to the room since 8:30 this morning." I left class early and rushed back to the dorm. Jay was sitting on her bed, pale and wide-eyed. "Someone's been in here," she whispered when I walked in. "I heard voices, yours, and then Emma's." Emma was our friend from down the hall. "Emma hasn't even been to our room in weeks," I said, feeling cold all over. "I know," Jay said. "That's what freaked me out the most." That night I heard it myself for the first time in our room, soft footsteps pacing the hallway outside our door. I got up to check, thinking maybe someone was drunk and lost, but the hallway was completely empty. As soon as I closed our door and got back in bed, the footsteps started again. Over the next week, things got progressively worse. We'd hear drawers opening and closing when neither of us was near them, tapping on windows, dragging sounds across the floor. The worst was when Jay heard my voice having an entire phone conversation with my mum, exact phrases I'd used the day before. While I was in the shower, I started researching obsessively: haunted dorms, voice imitation phenomena, auditory hallucinations, anything that might explain what was happening. That's when I came across information about mimics, entities that can copy human voices and sounds to lure or confuse people. Everything matched our experiences perfectly. We tried to talk to our RA about it, but she clearly thought we were either pranking her or needed more sleep. "Old buildings make weird noises," she said, echoing exactly what I'd told Jay weeks earlier. "And stress can make you hear things." But this wasn't stress, and it wasn't the building. This was something else entirely. One particularly bad night, around 2 in the morning, Jay and I were both awake, too freaked out to sleep, when we heard a scratching sound coming from inside our closet. Then, unmistakably, my voice saying, "Let me out," in this sing-song way that made my skin crawl. Jay started crying silently. I was too terrified to move. The next morning, we found all our shoes had been taken out of the closet and arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of the room. Neither of us had done it, Neither of us had seen it happen, despite being awake most of the night. I called Olivia in a panic, telling her everything. She offered to let me stay with her off-campus apartment for a few days, but I couldn't just abandon Jay. Plus, I had this horrible feeling that whatever this thing was, it might follow me. That suspicion was confirmed when Jay got a call from someone using my number while I was sitting right next to her, my phone untouched on the desk between us. The caller ID showed my name, my photo. Jay answered and heard my voice, distorted and distant, repeating, Jay Bird, are you there?" over and over. She hung up and we both stared at my phone, which showed no outgoing calls. I tried everything I could think of to make it stop. I played cleansing music that I found online, frequencies supposedly designed to clear negative energy. Didn't work. I wanted to burn sage or incense, but dorm fire regulations meant we couldn't have open flames or smoke of any kind. I even tried talking directly to the entity, politely asking it to leave us alone, but that only seemed to make things worse. The activity would stop for a day or two, giving us false hope, then come back stronger than ever. One night I woke up to find all the water in our Brita filter had been replaced with something that looked like water, but smelled faintly metallic. Another time, Jay's linguistics textbook was found open to a page about mimicry in language development, with certain phrases circled that neither of us had marked. What finally pushed me over the edge was when my girlfriend Olivia came to visit. She'd been skeptical about the whole thing, supportive, but clearly thinking we were exaggerating or misinterpreting normal dorm noises. She stayed with us for a weekend, and on the second night she heard it too. We were all sitting on the floor playing cards when Olivia froze, looking toward our bathroom door. "Did one of you just call my name?" she asked. Neither of us had said anything. We all sat there, cards forgotten, as the voice called again, this time using the special nickname only Olivia's dad uses for her. There's no way Jay or I could have known that name. Olivia left the next morning, visibly shaken. I don't blame her. Part of me wanted to leave too, but where would I go? Transfer mid-semester? Move off campus with no money saved up? I was stuck. The worst part isn't even the fear anymore, it's the helplessness. I've gone from being terrified to just being fucking annoyed. This thing, whatever it is, has taken over our lives. We can't sleep properly. We're constantly on edge. Our grades are suffering. Jay has started staying with friends as much as possible, and I can't say I blame her. I'm at my wit's end. I've considered trying to confront it directly, telling it to show itself or get out, but everything I've read says that might strengthen its attachment to us. I don't want to make this worse, but I can't keep living like this either. The thing that scares me most is how it's evolving. It started with just copying our voices, but now it's moving things, manipulating objects, even interfering with our phones. What's next? And why us? Why our room? I don't know what to do anymore. I just want my normal, boring college life back. I want to worry about exams and laundry, not whether the voice I hear in the middle of the night is my roommate or something pretending to be her. I'm writing this partly to document what's happening, and partly in the desperate hope that someone out there has dealt with something similar and found a way to make it stop. Because right now, I'm sitting alone in my dorm room, with Jay staying at a friend's place again, and I swear something is breathing under my bed. Story 6. I've been working at the county coroner's office for about 5 years now, and I've gotten used to the stillness, the quiet, and even the occasional unexplained things that happen here. Most people probably wouldn't last a week in this environment, but as a medical examiner, I've developed what I consider a healthy relationship with death. Let me start by saying I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or the supernatural, or at least I wasn't. Med school doesn't exactly encourage that kind of thinking, but working here has changed me. I still remember my first week on the job. I was organizing my new office when I heard what sounded like whispers coming from the empty hallway. I brushed it off as the ventilation system. A month later, I was performing an autopsy when all the cabinets in the room suddenly flew open. Maintenance blamed it on air pressure changes, but I wasn't convinced. Over time, these little occurrences just became part of the job. Lights flickering when I mention a patient's name, the feeling of being watched when I'm alone, the sudden cold spots in the middle of summer. I've come to see these things as natural, maybe the energy of those who've passed, reacting to our invasive procedures. I'm not afraid of them. If anything, I've developed a kind of respect. I always say a small prayer after each autopsy. Nothing fancy or religious, really. Just a moment of acknowledgement for the person who was once in this body. I think it helps me as much as I hope it helps them, wherever they are. But what happened last month was different. It wasn't like the other experiences. It was personal. It was a Tuesday evening around 9 o'clock. I'd just finished my last autopsy, a heart attack victim, straightforward case, and I was exhausted. After cleaning up and filing my preliminary report, I headed to my office to grab my things before heading home. The hallways were empty. Most of the day staff had gone home hours ago, and the night crew was minimal, just a security guard who usually stayed near the entrance and the intake coordinator who was probably on break. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting that sterile, bluish glow that makes everyone look half dead. I was thinking about whether I had anything in my fridge for dinner when I opened my office door and stopped dead in my tracks. There was someone in my office. A teenage girl was standing by my desk, looking at the framed photo of my mom and sister. She had her back to me, dark hair falling just past her shoulders, wearing what looked like a vintage denim jacket and jeans. For a split second, I thought maybe she was a relative of someone brought in today, though how she'd gotten back to the staff offices was concerning. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet building. "You can't be in here." She didn't respond or turn around. I stepped into the office, reaching for the light switch. "Miss, this area is restricted. I'll need to call security to escort you." When I flipped on the lights, she was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere she could have hidden in my small office, no other door she could have used. The window was sealed shut, had been since I started working here. I stood there for several minutes, my heart racing. I searched every corner, even looked under my desk like an idiot. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself I was just tired, that my eyes were playing tricks on me after a long day. But I knew what I'd seen. I didn't tell anyone about it. What would I say? "Hey, I saw a ghost teenager in my office looking at my family photos." They'd think I was losing it. And honestly, I wondered if I was. I'd been working long hours, not sleeping well. Stress can do weird things to your perception. For the next few weeks, I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, especially when I was alone in the building. But nothing happened, and I started to relax, to convince myself it had been my imagination. Then, almost 3 weeks after that first incident, I was working late again. It was raining heavily outside, thunder occasionally shaking the windows. I was in the lab, finishing up some toxicology reports that were already overdue. I felt it before I saw anything, that distinctive drop in temperature that made the hair on my arms stand up. The fluorescent lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. When I looked up from my paperwork, she was there again. The same girl, standing on the other side of the lab table. This time she was facing me. She looked about 16 or 17, pale skin, dark eyes that seemed too deep, too knowing for someone so young. Her clothes looked like they were from the 90s, that denim jacket with some band patches sewn on it, a plain black t-shirt underneath, jeans with worn knees. She wasn't scary looking, not in the traditional ghost sense. She just looked sad. Intensely sad. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. We just stared at each other across the lab table for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then she moved, not walking, but almost gliding, around the table toward me. I should have been terrified, but somehow I wasn't. There was something about her that felt familiar, though I was certain I'd never seen her before. As she got closer, the room grew colder. My breath came out in visible puffs, like I was standing in a freezer. She reached out one hand, and I couldn't help but notice how solid she looked, not transparent or misty like ghosts in movies. If it weren't for the unnatural, cold, and the fact that she'd appeared out of nowhere, she could have been just another teenager. She moved directly in front of me, and before I could react, she stepped forward, passing through me. It felt like being dunked in ice water, a cold that penetrated to my bones. And as she passed through, I heard her voice clearly in my ear. "I'm so sorry." Then she was gone, and the room returned to its normal temperature so quickly that I gasped. I stood there shaking, not from fear, but from the lingering cold and the overwhelming sense of grief that wasn't mine, but somehow was inside me. I had to sit down. My legs wouldn't hold me up anymore. I lowered myself onto a lab stool, my mind racing. Who was she? What was she sorry for? Why me? I called it a night after that. I couldn't focus on work anymore. As I drove home, I kept hearing those 3 words over and over in my head. I'm so sorry. For the next month, I was on edge. I expected to see her around every corner, but she didn't appear again. I started researching the building's history, looking through old case files of teenagers who'd come through our office, thinking maybe she was connected to someone I'd autopsied. Nothing matched. I even caught myself looking through social media and local missing persons reports, searching for her face. But there was nothing. Then last weekend, I was at my mum's house for dinner. My sister Ava was there too with her kids. It was a normal family gathering, the kind where you eat too much and then sit around looking at old photos because someone mentioned how cute Ava was as a baby. Mum brought out the old albums, and we were flipping through them, laughing at outdated hairstyles and embarrassing outfits. I was only half paying attention until Ava turned to a page from before I was born. There was a photo of her as a teenager, maybe 14, with her arm around another girl. My heart stopped. It was her, the girl from my office, from the lab. Same dark hair, same eyes, same sad smile. She was wearing different clothes, but it was undeniably her. "Who's that with you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual while my pulse pounded in my ears. Ava glanced at the photo and quickly turned the page. "Nobody," she said too quickly. "Just an old friend." I looked at my mum, who had gone very still. There was something in her expression, a mixture of pain and fear that I'd never seen before. "Mum," I pressed, "who is that girl with Ava?" The room went quiet. Even the kids seemed to sense the sudden tension and stopped their playing in the next room. Mum closed the photo album slowly, her hands trembling slightly. "Maya," she said, using my full name instead of the nickname she usually called me. "There are some things we haven't told you, things that happened before you were born." She took a deep breath, and then she told me about Julia, my oldest sister, the sister I never knew existed. Julia had died in a car accident when she was 17. She was driving home from a party, had been drinking. She lost control of the car on a rainy night, not unlike the one when I'd seen the ghost in the lab. She died instantly when her car wrapped around a tree. My father, my biological father, who left when I was just a baby, had been devastated. Julia was his favorite, Mom said, though she tried to soften it by saying all parents connect differently with each child. He couldn't handle the grief. He started drinking heavily, became obsessed with the idea of having another daughter. "You were born 11 months after we lost Julia," Mum said quietly. "Your father, he wanted you to replace her. When you didn't look like her, when you were your own person with your own personality, he couldn't handle it. That's why he left." I sat there trying to process this. I had a sister who died before I was born, a sister I was meant to replace. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" I asked. my voice barely a whisper. Mom wiped away tears. At first, you were too young to understand. Then, as you got older, it just seemed cruel to tell you that your father had wanted you to be someone else. I wanted you to grow up knowing you were wanted for yourself, not as a replacement. I looked back at the photo album, wanting to see Julia's face again, but Mom kept her hand firmly on the cover. She would have loved you, Ava said suddenly. She was always talking about wanting another sister. She used to tell me that 3 sisters would be perfect because then no one would ever be left out. I excused myself and went to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, searching my face for any resemblance to the girl in the photo, to Julia. We had the same dark hair, but my features came from my mother's side, nothing like the girl who had passed through me in the lab. It made sense now, why she had seemed familiar, yet strange, why she had apologized. She wasn't connected to my work at all. She was connected to me, to my very existence. My sister's ghost had found me. I haven't seen Julia again since that night in the lab. Part of me hopes I don't, not because I'm afraid, but because I want her to be at peace, not trapped somewhere between worlds. But another part of me desperately wants to see her again, to talk to her, to tell her that she doesn't need to be sorry. I've started keeping her photo on my desk at work. Sometimes I talk to it when I'm alone, telling her about my day, about our family, about the person I've become. I don't know if she can hear me. I don't know if ghosts work that way. But I do know that in some strange way, my career choice makes more sense now. Maybe I was always meant to work with the dead. Maybe, somewhere deep inside, I was searching for the sister I never knew I had. I'm not sure what I'll do if I see her again, but I know what I want to say. I'm not your replacement. I'm your sister, and I wish I could have known you. Story 7. I still get chills thinking about that night in '87. I was 15, and we were all hanging out at our usual spot. This little playground at the bottom of Wilson Hill in our suburb. Nothing special about it, really. Just some swings, a slide, and a couple of benches where we'd sit and smoke when our parents thought we were doing homework at each other's houses. The playground was at the bottom of this small hill, and on top ran this walking path that used to be railway tracks before they converted it. From where we sat, you could see practically the entire path, except for this one spot where a skinny elm tree partially blocked the view. But seriously, you could see everything up there. If anyone walked by, we'd see them clear as day. That night, it was me, Tommy, Steve, and Chris just messing around as usual. It was getting dark, and the streetlights had just flickered on, casting this weird orange glow over everything. I remember because I was sitting facing the hill, while the other guys were facing me, talking about some new Metallica album. I was digging in my pocket for my lighter, head down for maybe 10 seconds tops, when I felt this weird, pressure. Like when the barometric pressure drops before a storm, but inside my head. When I looked up, that's when I saw it. There was something on the path. At first glance, it looked like a man, but it was wrong in every way. It was completely black. Not like a black guy, but black. Like a hole cut into reality. No features, no face, just this perfect silhouette against the night sky. It was impossibly tall, had to be at least 7 feet, and it was wearing what looked like a fedora hat and a long trench coat that didn't move with its motions. It was carrying something, a briefcase, I think, but the worst part, it was running. Not jogging, not walking fast, running, like Olympic sprinter fast. But there was no sound, no footsteps, no breathing, nothing. Just this black shape tearing down the path in complete silence. "Guys," I started to say, but my voice caught in my throat as I watched it approach the elm tree. And then it just vanished. 1 second it was there, the next second, gone. It passed behind that skinny tree, and it never came out the other side. I stood up so fast I knocked over my soda. The guys all turned to look at me like I was crazy. "What the hell, Marcus?" Tommy said, annoyed at the soda that had splashed on his new shoes. "Did you see that?" I asked, pointing up at the path. They all looked up, confused. "See what?" Steve asked. "That person, on the path, running." My voice was shaking. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. Chris laughed. "There's nobody up there, man. You smoking something better than cigarettes?" I didn't wait to argue. I just started walking toward the hill, then running. I needed to see for myself. The guys were calling after me, but I ignored them. I sprinted up the hill, my lungs burning, and reached the spot where the elm tree stood. Nothing. I looked in both directions down the path. There was nowhere to hide. The path ran straight for at least 100 yards in each direction, completely visible from where I stood. If anyone had continued past the tree, I would have seen them. But there was nobody there. Just the empty path stretching out in both directions. My stomach lurched. I felt sick. What I'd seen wasn't human. It couldn't have been. No one could move that fast or disappear like that. And the silence, the absolute silence of its movement, it was wrong. It was all wrong. I stumbled back down the hill to where my friends were waiting, now looking concerned. "Dude, you look like you've seen a ghost," Tommy said, and I'll never forget the chill that ran down my spine at those words. "I think I did," I whispered. I tried to explain what I'd seen, describe the fedora, the trench coat, the briefcase, the unnatural speed and silence, but they just laughed. Steve suggested I'd hallucinated from the cigarettes. Chris thought I was trying to scare them. Tommy just rolled his eyes and said we should head home because it was getting late. None of them believed me. Why would they? I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that featureless silhouette running down the path. I kept my bedroom light on until dawn. Over the next few months, I started pulling away from those guys. They kept bringing up Marcus's ghost story and laughing about it. I couldn't blame them, but I also couldn't forget what I'd seen. By the end of the school year, we hardly hung out anymore. The following fall, I became friends with Adam Reeves in my chemistry class. We hit it off right away. Same taste in music, same sense of humor. He lived on the other side of town, so he hadn't been part of my old group. By winter, he was my best friend. One night in January of '88, we were hanging out in his basement, playing Nintendo and talking. Somehow the conversation shifted to weird experiences, and after he told me about some déjà vu thing, I found myself starting to tell him about what I'd seen that night. So, I'm sitting there at the playground under Wilson Hill, right? And I look up and see this figure on the walking path. It was completely black, like impossibly black, wearing a fedora, and Adam's controller clattered to the floor. His face had gone completely white. "And a trench coat," he finished for me, his voice barely above a whisper. I felt my blood run cold. "How did you know that?" He was shaking. "I've seen it too, Marcus. Last summer." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. All this time, I thought I was going crazy, that I'd imagined the whole thing. But here was Adam describing exactly what I'd seen. He told me his story. He'd been walking home one night after staying, late at a friend's house. It was around 10 o'clock, and he took a shortcut through Palmer Park. Halfway through, these two stray dogs started chasing him, growling and barking. He crouched down to pick up a rock to scare them off. When he stood back up, the dogs were gone, and standing right in front of him was the figure. It was so tall, Adam said, staring at nothing as he recalled it. Completely black except for these eyes. Red eyes, Marcus. Not like bloodshot, but glowing red like embers. It had that hat, that long coat, and was holding a briefcase. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It just stood there watching me. Then I blinked, and it was gone. Adam ran all the way home and burst through his front door in tears. His mom thought he'd been attacked or something. When he finally calmed down enough to tell her what happened, she got this strange look on her face. "The weirdest part," Adam continued, "is what my mom told me after. She said my aunt had seen the same thing like 20 years ago. She was picking mushrooms in the woods behind our old house, in broad daylight, mind you, and she turned around and there it was, standing between two trees, watching her. Same description, tall, black silhouette, fedora, coat, briefcase. My aunt never went back to those woods again. We sat in silence for a long time after that. What could we say? There was something out there, something that had been around for decades, something that wasn't human. After that night, Adam and I researched everything we could about shadow people, hat men, all that stuff. We found stories online, in books, from other people who'd seen similar things. Some called it a demon, others a time traveler or interdimensional being. No one really knew what it was, but the descriptions were always similar. Abnormally tall, featureless black figure, often wearing a hat and coat. I started having nightmares about it. In my dreams, it would be standing at the foot of my bed or outside my window, just watching. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, afraid to open my eyes because I was terrified it would be there in my room. The worst part is, I think it's still out there. Last month, I'm 23 now, Adam called me at 3 in the morning, completely freaked out. He said he'd gotten up to use the bathroom and glanced out his bedroom window. There it was, standing on his front lawn, looking up at his window. But this time, it wasn't wearing the trench coat and fedora. It was wearing a white doctor's coat, and it was moving toward his house in this weird, sneaking manner, like it was trying to be stealthy. Adam moved out of that house the next week, broke his lease and everything. I don't blame him. I don't know what this thing is or why it seems to be following us. Maybe it's been around for centuries, watching people. Maybe it means us harm, or maybe it's just curious. All I know is that it's real, and it's out there. And sometimes I still get that feeling, that pressure in my head, and I'm afraid to look up because I know what I might see. I haven't gone near that playground or that walking path since that night. I don't know if I ever will again. Some things you can't unsee, and some fears never really go away. I just hope I never encounter it again. But something tells me our paths will cross once more. And next time, I don't think it will just watch and disappear. Story 8. I still remember the day we moved into this house. It's an older Victorian-style place built in 1922, with those gorgeous ornate door frames and original hardwood floors. I was so excited about the character, the crown molding, the little nooks and crannies that gave it personality. What I wasn't prepared for was the personality the house already had. The first couple months were pretty normal, just the usual adjustments to a new place. You know how it is, figuring out which floorboards creak, getting used to the way the pipes groan when you run hot water, that kind of thing. But then the doors started misbehaving. I know how that sounds, believe me. I've questioned my own sanity more times than I can count over the past year. It was subtle at first. I'd close my bedroom door at night, and in the morning it would be open a crack. I blamed the air circulation or maybe the house settling. Then I started noticing it happening while I was in the room. I'd be sitting on my bed reading, and the door would slowly swing open an inch or two. Again, I rationalized it. Uneven flooring, the house shifting, whatever logical explanation I could grab onto. When I mentioned it to our neighbor, Mrs. Patel, she got this look on her face. You know the one, where someone's deciding whether to tell you something unpleasant. She finally told me that Margaret, the previous owner who'd passed away, had mentioned similar issues. The house likes to check on you, Margaret used to say. I laughed it off at the time. My husband Ryan thought I was being dramatic when I started keeping a log of the door incidents. Old houses do weird things, he'd say, barely looking up from his phone. Easy for him to dismiss. He's gone 10 hours a day at work while I'm here with our daughter Emma. The incidents with the doors got more frequent about 6 months ago. The bedroom door would no longer just drift open. It would literally throw itself open, like someone had pushed it with force. Once it happened so violently that the doorknob put a dent in the wall. Ryan finally admitted that was strange, but suggested it might be air pressure from the vents. He's always been the practical one. But what happened 3 months ago, that's when I knew something was really wrong. I was upstairs in our bedroom having a Zoom session with my therapist, Dr. Klein. I've been seeing her for my anxiety, which, ironically, has gotten worse since these incidents started. Emma was downstairs with my friend Jess, who watches her sometimes when I need a break. The dogs were out in the backyard. I had deliberately shut the door for privacy. It's embarrassing enough spilling your guts to a therapist without your toddler possibly wandering in. I was mid-sentence, talking about how overwhelmed I'd been feeling when I heard it. The doorknob jiggled slightly, not like someone was turning it, but like it was being tested. I glanced over my shoulder but didn't see anyone. Dr. Klein asked if everything was okay, and I said yes, just thought I heard something. Then it happened again. The doorknob jiggled, more insistently this time. I watched as the metal mechanism on the door slowly slid upward, and the door popped open maybe half an inch. My heart started racing. I felt so awkward sitting there on camera with my therapist while this was happening, but I couldn't ignore it. Thinking it might be Emma somehow having gotten away from Jess, I called out, "Did you need something?" The door opened another inch in response. I couldn't see into the hallway. It was weirdly dark even though it was the middle of the afternoon. The hair on my arms stood up, but I tried to stay calm. "It's okay. You can come in," I said, thinking maybe Emma was being shy. That's when the door flew open with such force that it slammed into a pile of laundry I'd left on the floor, scattering clothes everywhere. But there was nobody there, absolutely nobody. I hurriedly told Dr. Klein I needed to check on something and muted myself. I ran to the stairs and called down to Jess, asking if Emma had been upstairs. She looked confused and said no. They'd been building a blanket fort in the living room the whole time. I asked if either of them had come upstairs at all, and Jess swore they hadn't. The dogs were still visible through the patio door, playing in the yard. I went back to my session, but I couldn't focus. I kept staring at that doorway, half expecting to see, I don't even know what. When the session ended, I walked through the entire upstairs, checking closets, under beds, anywhere someone could hide. Nothing. That night, I told Ryan what happened. He suggested maybe a draft had built up pressure, causing the door to fly open. But that didn't explain the doorknob turning or the mechanism sliding up. Those things don't happen by themselves. Things quieted down for a few weeks after that, and I started to wonder if maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Stress can do weird things to your mind, right? But then something happened just a few nights ago that Ryan witnessed too, so I know I'm not crazy. We were in bed around 11 at night. Ryan was playing some game on his phone, and I was reading a book. Our dog Maggie was downstairs. We usually let her sleep in our room, but she'd been outside in the rain and was too muddy for the bed. The doorknob started rattling violently, not jiggling like before, but full-on rattling like someone was trying to get in but couldn't quite manage the knob. Without looking up from my book, I said, "Ryan, can you let Maggie in?" Ryan grunted, "In a minute," still focused on his game. The rattling got more intense and then suddenly stopped. A second later, the door flew open and banged against the wall. Both Ryan and I looked up, expecting to see Maggie bounding in. But there was nothing there. No dog, no person, nothing. Ryan dropped his phone. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. I just shook my head, unable to speak. We both got up and checked the entire house. Maggie was still downstairs, curled up on her bed in the living room, half asleep. Emma was sound asleep in her room. All the windows were locked, the front and back doors secured. When we got back to our room, Ryan tried to rationalize it. Maybe the latch was loose. Maybe Maggie had pushed against the door downstairs and somehow the vibration traveled up. But I could see in his eyes that he didn't believe his own explanations. "It's this house," I said. "Something's not right with it." He didn't argue with me for once. The most recent incident was just 2 days ago, on October 18th. I remembered the date because when I was getting the mail that morning, I saw a memorial post on our neighborhood Facebook group. It was the 1-year anniversary of Margaret's death, the previous owner who'd been a friend of several neighbors. I spent the morning running errands with Emma, and when we got home around noon, I put her down for a nap in her room and went downstairs to make lunch. About an hour later, I headed back upstairs to check on her and get some laundry done. What I saw made me freeze on the landing. All 4 upstairs bedroom doors were standing wide open, all of them. We always keep them closed during the day to keep the air conditioning focused in the areas we're using. I stood there, clutching the laundry basket, trying to make sense of it. Had I left them open? No. I distinctly remembered closing Emma's door when I put her down for her nap, and I know the other doors had been closed because I'd had to open the linen closet door, which won't open fully if the guest room door is open. As I stood there, I felt a cold spot pass through me, like walking through an invisible waterfall. The temperature must have dropped 20 degrees for just a second, and then it was gone. I hurried to check on Emma, who was still sleeping peacefully, oblivious to whatever was happening in our house. I know this all sounds crazy. I feel crazy even writing it out. Who gets frightened by doors? But it's not just the doors, it's the deliberateness behind them. The way they respond when I speak, the way they seem to know when I'm alone or vulnerable. Last night, I was talking to Ryan about Margaret, trying to learn more about her. Apparently, she lived here alone for over 30 years after her husband died. The neighbors said she was always checking on people, bringing over casseroles when someone was sick, watching kids in a pinch. Mrs. Patel called her the neighborhood guardian angel. I wonder sometimes if it's Margaret, still checking on people from beyond. That should be comforting, I guess, but it's not. Because if it's not Margaret, then what is it? And what does it want? I've started leaving the bedroom door open at night. Somehow that feels safer than having it closed, only for it to open on its own. Ryan thinks I should talk to Dr. Klein about increasing my anxiety medication. But medication won't fix doors that open by themselves. I'm sitting in my bedroom right now, typing this out, trying to make sense of it all. The door is open, as I've taken to keeping it these days. But even as I'm writing this, I can see the guest room door across the hall slowly closing, though there's no draft in the house and all the windows are closed. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. All I know is that in this house, when a door opens or closes, it's not always because someone is there, at least not someone you can see. Story 9. I've been trying to make sense of what happened that night for years now. I've read countless articles about sleep paralysis, hallucinations and all that stuff, but nothing quite explains what I experienced. I was 15 at the time, living in a small flat in London with my mum and older brother. My dad had moved out a couple years before, so it was just the 3 of us in this cramped 2-bedroom place near Finsbury Park. This happened about 6 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. It was a school night in November, cold and rainy outside. Mum was working late shifts at the hospital that week, so it was just me and my brother Jamie at home. He'd gone out with his mates after dinner, telling me he'd be back around 11 or so. I was supposed to be in bed by 10 on school nights, but with Mum not home, I figured I could stay up a bit. I was on the phone with my girlfriend Ellie. We'd only been dating for about 2 months, and we'd spend hours talking about nothing important, just school drama, music, and whatever else 15-year-olds talk about. Our flat wasn't anything special, just a small living room, tiny kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. My room was barely big enough for a single bed and a desk. The walls were thin, and you could hear pretty much everything that happened in the flat. That's why I was keeping my voice down while talking to Ellie. I didn't want Jamie to catch me still awake when he got home. It must have been around 12:30 when I heard the front door open. I immediately whispered to Ellie, "Gotta go, Jamie's back." I quickly ended the call and shoved my phone under my pillow. I could hear footsteps in the hallway getting closer to my room. I shut my eyes and pretended to be asleep, not wanting to get an earful from Jamie about still being up. My bedroom door creaked open slowly. I kept my eyes closed, breathing deeply to fake sleep. Then I heard the door close again. I figured Jamie had just checked on me and gone to his room, but something felt off. There was this stillness in the air that didn't feel right. I opened my eyes just a tiny bit, expecting to see my empty room. Instead, I saw my door was closed, but there was a silhouette standing behind it, like a shadow against my door. At first, I thought Jamie was playing one of his stupid pranks. He used to love scaring me when we were younger, hiding in my closet, jumping out from behind furniture, that sort of thing. So I lay there, watching through barely open eyes as this figure started moving toward my bed. It was so dark in my room that I could only make out a vague shape. I thought, all right, two can play this game. I was planning to wait until he got close, then jump up and scare him instead. The figure moved slowly, almost gliding across my floor. There was something weird about the way it moved, too smooth, like it wasn't quite touching the ground. But I was convinced it was Jamie trying to creep me out. When the shape reached the side of my bed, I felt the weight of what I thought was a hand pressed down on my blanket, right at my feet. It was heavy, heavier than it should have been. The pressure moved slowly up along my legs, like someone tracing their hand up. That's when I started feeling uneasy. Jamie would jump out and yell boo or something, but this slow, deliberate movement wasn't like him at all. Still, I told myself it was just Jamie being weird. I waited until the pressure reached my knees, then opened my eyes fully, ready to tell him off for being a creep. But it wasn't Jamie standing there. What I saw wasn't really a person at all. It was like a dense shadow, darker than the darkness around it. It had a human-like shape, but no features I could make out. No eyes, no mouth, just this black silhouette. It was tall, taller than Jamie, and seemed to absorb the little bit of light coming in from my window. I froze. Every instinct in my body was screaming that something was very, very wrong. I wasn't paralyzed. I could move. I just didn't. It was like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing, couldn't decide what to do. Then it spoke. The voice didn't come from where a mouth should be. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like it was inside my head, but also filling the room. All it said was, "Not your brother." Just 3 words, but they hit me like a physical blow. The voice was deep, raspy, almost like a whisper, but somehow loud enough to drown out the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I remember opening my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. My throat felt like it was closing up. I tried to move, to get away, but my limbs felt so heavy. And then, nothing. That's the part that freaks me out the most. I don't remember what happened next. It's like someone just cut the film and skipped ahead. The next thing I knew, I was waking up the next morning, my alarm blaring for school. At first, I thought it had been a nightmare, a really vivid, terrifying nightmare. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My blanket was bunched up at the foot of my bed, like it had been pushed there. I always sleep with it pulled up to my chin, especially in November. I got up and checked the flat. Mum was already gone for her early shift. Jamie was in his room, fast asleep. I shook him awake and asked what time he'd gotten home last night. "Around 2, he mumbled, annoyed at being woken up. "Why?" "Did you come into my room when you got back?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked at me like I was crazy. "No. Why would I? I just went straight to bed." I didn't know what to say. How do you tell someone you saw a shadow person in your room claiming not to be them? So I just made up some excuse about hearing noises and left for school. I spent the whole day distracted, replaying those moments in my head. Was it just a dream? But it felt so real. Was it sleep paralysis? I'd read about that online, but everything I'd read said you can't move during sleep paralysis, and I definitely could move. Plus, it happened too quickly after I ended my call with Ellie. From what I've read, sleep paralysis happens when you're falling asleep or waking up, not when you're fully awake like I was. When I got home that day, I searched our flat for any sign of an intruder but found nothing. All windows were locked. The front door showed no signs of forced entry. Nothing was missing either. I tried talking to my mum about it, but she just attributed it to stress from school or watching too many horror movies. Jamie laughed it off and started making ghost noises whenever he passed my room. That night, I was terrified to go to sleep. I kept my desk lamp on and even pushed my dresser in front of the door. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up the next morning with the light still on, but nothing happened. No shadow figure, no strange voice. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Nothing like that ever happened again. I eventually stopped sleeping with the light on, stopped checking behind doors and in closets before bed. But I never forgot. I've never seen any other shadowy figures before or since. I've never experienced anything paranormal or unexplainable in my life other than this one incident. That's what makes it so hard to dismiss. If I was the type of person who was always seeing ghosts or aliens or whatever, maybe I could write it off as an overactive imagination. But this was just this one isolated incident. I've tried researching shadow people since then. Turns out it's actually a thing that people report seeing. Some say they're interdimensional beings, others say they're manifestations of negative energy. Some even think they're time travelers or aliens. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw and what I heard. The worst part is the gap in my memory. What happened after it spoke? Did I pass out from fear? Did it do something to me? I've checked my body for marks or scars, but there's nothing. I'm physically fine. But that missing time haunts me more than the shadow itself. I'm 21 now, living in a different city for university. I haven't had any other experiences like that night. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a dream or hallucination. But then I remember that voice, not your brother, and the absolute certainty I felt in that moment that whatever was in my room wasn't human. I've never told this story to anyone except my closest friends, and even then I can tell they don't really believe me. They nod and say, "That's creepy," but I can see in their eyes they think I dreamed it or made it up. Maybe that's why I'm writing this now. I need to tell someone who might understand, someone who might have experienced something similar. I still sleep with my phone nearby, still get uneasy when I'm alone in my flat at night. I've never seen that shadow figure again, but sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel a weight at the foot of my bed, slowly making its way up. What was in my room that night? Why did it choose me? And most importantly, what happened during those missing hours? I don't think I'll ever know, but whatever it wasn't my brother. It wasn't human at all. Story 10. I've never shared this with anyone before. It's been almost 9 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 14 when it happened, just a normal kid trying to navigate high school, video games, and family drama. Nothing prepared me for what I experienced that summer. My great-aunt Maggie had been dating this guy named Richard for about 3 years. He lived in this old Victorian-style house about 20 minutes from our place. I never liked going there. From the moment I met Richard, something felt off about him. He wasn't outright mean to me, but he had this way of looking at me that made my skin crawl, like he was assessing me, judging me. My parents always said I was being dramatic, that Richard was just a serious guy who didn't know how to talk to kids. But it was more than that. Whenever I was in the same room as him, the air felt heavy, cold, and he'd watch me when he thought I wasn't looking. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at me from across the room with this expression I couldn't quite place. Not anger, not exactly hatred, but something deeper, something worse. I remember one time when I was 13, I was helping Aunt Maggie in Richard's kitchen. He came in and literally stopped in his tracks when he saw me handling his dishes. His face went completely blank. Then he turned around and left without saying a word. Aunt Maggie laughed it off. Oh, he's just particular about his things. But I knew better. He didn't want me touching his stuff. He didn't want me in his space. For most of their relationship, I managed to avoid Richard. Family gatherings, holiday dinners, I'd say hi, then find somewhere else to be. It worked out fine until Richard had his heart attack. It happened on a Tuesday. I remember because I had just gotten home from basketball practice when Mom got the call. Richard had collapsed at work. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was already gone. I didn't know how to feel. I wasn't sad. How could I be sad about someone who made me feel so uncomfortable? But I wasn't happy either. Mostly I felt relief, then guilt for feeling relieved. Aunt Maggie was devastated. She'd been living with Richard for about a year, and suddenly she had to deal with his death and figure out what to do with all his stuff. My parents volunteered our family to help her sort through everything and pack up the house. I didn't want to go, but Mom insisted it would be good for my character to help family in need. The first day we went to Richard's house after his death was weird. The place still felt like him, cold, unwelcoming, with this heaviness that seemed to push down on my shoulders the moment I walked through the door. We spent hours sorting through clothes, books, kitchen stuff. I was assigned to help box up the living room, pictures, knickknacks, that kind of thing. I was carefully wrapping this old clock in newspaper when Aunt Maggie came in and sat down on the couch next to me. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. She watched me work for a minute, then put her hand on my arm. "Marcus," she said, her voice raspy, "I need to tell you something, but I don't want you to worry about it." I stopped what I was doing and looked at her. "What is it?" She hesitated, twisting the tissue in her hands. "It's probably nothing. He wasn't thinking straight at the end." My stomach tightened. "What do you mean?" "When he was having his heart attack," she said, looking down at her hands, "before the ambulance came, he said something strange. He made me promise something." I waited, not sure I wanted to hear what came next. "He made me promise that if anything happened to him, I wouldn't let you into the house." Her voice cracked a little. He was very specific about it. "Don't let Marcus in here," he said, "no matter what." She forced a laugh. "Silly, right? He was dying. People say all sorts of nonsense when they're in pain." I couldn't speak. My hands had gone numb around the clock I was holding. "I shouldn't have told you," she said quickly. "Forget I mentioned it. It doesn't mean anything." But it did mean something. Richard had specifically named me. Not my parents, not my younger sister, me. And he'd used his literal dying breath to try to keep me out of his house. I managed to nod and mumble something about how people say weird things sometimes. Aunt Maggie patted my knee and went back to whatever she was doing in the kitchen. I sat there for a long time, just staring at the half-wrapped clock in my hands, trying to understand why Richard would say something like that. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, like at any moment I'd turn around and see Richard standing there, furious that I was touching his things. Every time I picked something up, I had this crazy urge to apologize to him. By the time we left, I had a pounding headache and just wanted to forget the whole thing. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about what Aunt Maggie had told me. Why would Richard not want me in his house after he died? What was he afraid I would find? Or was it something else? Was he trying to protect me from something? The questions kept circling in my head until I finally drifted off around 2 in the morning. 3 days later, we finished clearing out Richard's house. Aunt Maggie decided to sell it. "Too many memories," she said. I was relieved. I never wanted to set foot in that place again. The night after we finished with the house, I went to bed exhausted. I remember checking my phone. It was 11:38, before plugging it in and turning off my lamp. I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly. with that feeling you get when you think someone just called your name. My room was dark, except for the faint glow of my alarm clock, 3:17 a.m. I tried to roll over to go back to sleep, but I couldn't move. At first, I thought I was just really tired, but when I tried to lift my arm, nothing happened. I tried to turn my head, nothing. I could blink, I could breathe, but that was it. Every other part of me was completely paralyzed. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, so I tried not to panic. It's just your brain waking up before your body, I told myself. It'll pass in a minute, just stay calm. Then I felt it, a cold spot right at the foot of my bed, like someone had opened a freezer. The air changed, got heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. And I knew I wasn't alone in my room anymore. I strained to move, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was stare straight ahead at my bedroom wall and the corner of my desk. And then something moved into my field of vision. It was dark, darker than the shadows in my room, a shape that seemed to absorb what little light there was. At first, it was just at the edge of my vision, but then it moved closer, right up to the side of my bed where I could see it clearly. It was roughly human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It didn't have a face, or if it did, I couldn't see it in the darkness. Just this black void where a head should be. I was screaming inside my head, begging my body to move, to run, to do anything. But I was completely frozen, forced to watch as this thing leaned over my bed, getting closer and closer to my face. Then it spoke, not out loud. The sound was inside my head, but I heard it as clearly as if someone was standing right next to me, a voice I recognized immediately. "I told her not to let you in." It was Richard's voice, but wrong, distorted, like it was being played through broken speakers, full of static and rage. "You shouldn't have come into my house." The shape leaned even closer, until all I could see was darkness. The cold was unbearable now, like being submerged in ice water. I couldn't breathe. "Get out!" The last word wasn't just in my head. It exploded through my room, so loud I felt it in my chest. And with that scream came movement. The shape drew back and then lunged forward, striking me across the face with what felt like claws. The pain broke through the paralysis. I jerked upright in bed, gasping for air, my hand flying to my cheek where I'd been struck. My fingers came away wet. I scrambled for my lamp, nearly knocking it off my nightstand in my panic. When the light flooded my room, I saw blood on my fingers. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. There was no one in my room, no shape, no presence, just me, shaking uncontrollably, with blood on my fingers and what felt like fire on my cheek. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and looked in the mirror. 3 long scratches ran down the left side of my face, from just below my eye to my jaw. They weren't deep, but they were definitely real, red, raised, and beading with blood in places. I stood there staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I scratched myself in my sleep? But the marks didn't look like fingernail scratches. They were too straight, too evenly spaced. And I'd felt something hit me, something that wasn't me. I washed the blood off my face and hands, wincing as the water stung the scratches. I found some antibiotic cream in the medicine cabinet and carefully applied it to the marks. Then I went back to my room. I couldn't bring myself to turn. Off the light. I sat on my bed, back against the wall, knees pulled up to my chest until the sun came up. Every sound, every shadow made me flinch. I kept expecting to see that shape again, to hear Richard's voice. When morning finally came, I told my parents I'd scratched myself in my sleep. They were concerned, especially my mum, who kept asking if I was having anxiety issues, but they accepted the explanation. What else could it have been, right? I never told Aunt Maggie what happened. She already had enough to deal with, and honestly, I was afraid of what it might do to her. She has schizophrenia, and though she'd been stable for years, grief can trigger episodes. The last thing I wanted was to make her condition worse by telling her that her dead boyfriend had attacked me from beyond the grave. It's been 9 years since that night. The scratches healed, leaving no scars. I've never experienced anything like it again. Sometimes I almost convince myself it really was just sleep paralysis, combined with me somehow scratching myself. Almost. But here's the thing. I still have the shirt I was wearing that night. I never washed it. There are 3 distinct blood stains on the collar, exactly where my face would have been when I was sleeping. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment late at night, I feel a cold spot move through the room. It never stays long, just passes through like something checking to make sure I'm still here. I don't know what Richard was trying to keep me away from in his house. I don't know why he singled me out. And I don't know if what visited me that night was really him or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it happened, and I'm still looking over my shoulder, waiting for it to come back. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts. I mean, I liked a good scary movie and all, but I always chalked up hauntings to overactive imaginations or house-settling noises. That changed when my family moved back to my great-grandfather's Victorian in Millfield 5 years ago. This house has been in our family since 1910, when my great-grandfather built it. It's this gorgeous 3-story Victorian with a basement and a finished attic located in the historic district. We renovated it back in '98, but kept all the original woodwork, stained glass windows, and those creaky hardwood floors that I now wish we'd replaced. We moved in during the summer of 2019. My wife, Rebecca, thought it would be perfect. Spacious enough for our kids to have their own rooms, a yard for our golden retriever, Max, and close to my office. The first couple months were pretty normal. Sure, the house made noises, but it's over 100 years old. What do you expect? It started with Max. He's the most chill dog you'll ever meet. Nothing bothers him. But about 2 months after we moved in, he started acting weird. He'd be lying on the living room floor, totally relaxed, then suddenly sit up, ears perked, staring intensely at empty corners of the ceiling. His hackles would rise, and he'd start this low growl that would build into frantic barking. I'd check where he was looking and find nothing, absolutely nothing. The first time, I laughed it off. By the 5th time in a single week, it wasn't funny anymore. Then came the doors. Old houses have drafts, right? That's what I kept telling myself when doors would swing open or slam shut when nobody was near them. But the basement door, that's what convinced me something was seriously wrong. That heavy oak door takes serious effort to open and close. It sticks in the frame, and you have to really pull to get it open. One evening last year, I went down to grab some Christmas decorations we store down there. I pulled the door shut behind me, hard, like you have to, and heard it click into place. I remember thinking, good, that'll keep the cold basement air from getting upstairs. I got about halfway up the basement stairs, arms full of decoration boxes, when I heard the door creak. I looked up to see it slowly swinging open. Not just a little, all the way open, like someone had yanked it. I nearly fell down the stairs, scrambling back up. I dropped the boxes and ran through the doorway, spinning around to look at the empty hallway. Nothing. No one was there. I checked outside, thinking maybe a draft had somehow gotten strong enough, but all the windows were closed, and it wasn't even windy that day. Rebecca thinks I'm being paranoid, but she wasn't there. She didn't see it. I know what I saw. The TV thing is harder to explain away. We have this smart TV in our living room on the first floor. At least once a week, it turns on by itself. Not to static or anything. It turns on to actual channels, usually in the middle of the night. The first time it happened, I nearly had a heart attack. I was coming down for a glass of water around 2 in the morning when the screen suddenly lit up the darkened living room. The volume was low, but in the silent house it sounded deafening. I've checked the settings 1,000,000 times. There's no timer, No automatic updates scheduled for those hours. I've even unplugged it before bed, only to find it on and plugged in the next morning. The kids swear they aren't messing with me. The storage closet incident happened about 3 months ago. We converted one of the walk-in closets on the first floor into extra storage, since this place has more clothes closets than we need. I was grabbing some tools around 11 at night. I remember checking my phone because it was later than I'd thought. I was digging around in there with just the light from my phone when I heard this enormous crash behind me, like someone had taken a stack of plates and thrown them against the wall. I spun around, heart racing, fumbling to turn on my phone's flashlight. I was expecting to see shelves collapsed or boxes fallen, but everything was exactly as it had been. Nothing was disturbed, nothing had fallen. I searched that entire closet, moved every box, checked every shelf. Nothing could have made that sound. It was so loud my ears were ringing afterward. Rebecca and the kids slept through it somehow, but I know what I heard. But what happened 2 weeks ago, that's what finally made me start researching our house's history and looking for answers. I was alone in the house. Rebecca had taken the kids to her mother's for the weekend, and I stayed behind to finish a work project. It was around 3 in the morning. I was on the first floor in my home office, working late. The first floor is separated from the ground floor by this old glass-paned door at the bottom of the staircase. I was just about to call it a night when I heard it. This heavy, wet breathing coming from the staircase. Not like someone winded from climbing stairs. This was different. There was this snorting quality to it, like something with congestion, but deeper, more guttural. At first I thought Max had come downstairs, but then I remembered he was with the family at my mother-in-law's. I froze in my chair, not daring to move. The breathing pattern kept changing, speeding up, then slowing down, getting louder, then softer, but it never stopped. I could hear it clearly through the glass door. My office is positioned where I couldn't see the staircase without getting up and walking around the corner. Part of me didn't want to look, but I had to know. I slowly reached for my phone, opened the camera app, and hit record. Then I forced myself to stand up. My legs felt like lead as I moved toward the door. The breathing got louder as I approached. When I finally peered around the corner, I could see the staircase through the glass door, dimly lit by the small nightlight we keep plugged in on the ground floor. There was nothing there, nothing visible at least, but the breathing continued. I stood there recording for almost 5 minutes, paralyzed. The sound was so clear on the stairs, but there was nothing to see. It wasn't coming from outside. All windows were closed against the winter cold. It wasn't the heating system. We have forced air, not radiators. After what felt like an eternity, the breathing just stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in the living room with all the lights on until sunrise. When I played the recording back the next morning, the breathing was there, crystal clear. I sent it to Rebecca, who suggested it might be some weird acoustical thing happening with the neighbor's house. But our nearest neighbors are a good 50 feet away, and their bedroom is on the opposite side. I've started digging into the history of this place. My family has owned it since it was built, but there are gaps in who actually lived here. My great-grandfather died in 1940, and then my grandfather took over. He moved out in the late 70s, and the house sat mostly vacant until we renovated it in 98. We rented it out for a while before deciding to move in ourselves. I found out my great-grandfather was a bit eccentric. He had the basement designed with these strange alcoves that don't seem to serve any purpose. There are markings carved into some of the basement support beams. Nothing sinister looking, just geometric patterns that don't make sense to me. The attic, where my bedroom is now, was supposedly his thinking room, where he'd spend hours alone. The kids have started complaining too. My daughter says she feels like someone watches her when she's alone in her room. My son says he's heard whispering coming from his closet at night. I've written most of it off as them feeding off my own anxiety, but now I'm not so sure. Last night was the final straw. I was alone again, working late in my office. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps overhead, heavy, deliberate steps crossing the second floor. I knew I was alone in the house. I called out, thinking maybe one of the kids had come home early from their weekend at a friend's. No answer. The footsteps continued, moving from one end of the hallway to the other, then stopped right above my office. I held my breath, waiting. Then came a single loud knock on the ceiling, directly above my head. I ran out of the house, spent the night in my car. I'm writing this from a hotel room. I haven't told Rebecca yet. How do you tell your family you think your ancestral home is haunted? That you're afraid to be alone there? That something unseen walks the halls at night? I don't know what to do. We sank most of our savings into moving here. The kids are settled in school. Rebecca loves this house, the history, the connection to my family, but something else loves it too. Something that was here before us, that breathes in our stairwell and walks our halls when we should be alone. I've ordered some cameras to set up around the house. Maybe if I can catch more evidence, Rebecca will believe me. But honestly, I'm afraid of what those cameras might show. The house is watching, waiting, and I don't think it's happy we're here. Story 12. I never thought I'd be sharing this online, but I need to tell someone who might understand what I'm going through. I've been living in this nightmare for 5 years now, and it's only getting worse. When I bought my condo in Ashfield, I was so excited. The building dates back to the early 1920s, and it has all that character and charm you'd expect. High ceilings, original hardwood floors, those gorgeous crown moldings. The price was incredible too, way below market value, which should have been my first red flag. But I was 28, finally had enough saved for a down payment, and was desperate to stop throwing money away on rent. The realtor mentioned something vague about the previous owners leaving suddenly, but I was too caught up in the excitement of home ownership to dig deeper. God, I wish I had asked more questions. The first few weeks were normal. I was unpacking, painting, making the place mine. Then little things started happening. At first, I blamed everything on being in a new place. The dryer door would be wide open when I came home, even though I was positive I'd closed it. I figured maybe it had a faulty latch. Then the bathroom faucet started turning on by itself while I was in the living room. I'd hear water running, go check, and find it flowing at full blast. One morning, about a month after moving in, I was making breakfast when 3 knives fell off the counter at once. They weren't near the edge. They weren't stacked precariously. They were flat on the surface, several inches from the edge, and they just flew off. All at the exact same time. That was when I knew for sure. This place wasn't just old, it was haunted. I've always been sensitive to these things. My grandmother was the same way. As a kid, I'd tell her about the people I saw in our house that no one else could see. And instead of telling me I had an overactive imagination, she'd nod knowingly. You have the gift, she'd say. Some gift, more like a curse. Over time, I started to recognize patterns. There's not just one entity here. There are at least 6 that I can sense regularly. Each has its own personality, I guess you could say. One likes to mess with electronics, turning the TV on and off, making my phone alarm go off at 3 in the morning even when I've never set it. Another one seems to follow me around the apartment, staying just behind me. I can feel the cold spot moving with me from room to room. There's one that mimics sounds. This is probably the most unnerving. I'll hear what sounds like my neighbor knocking on my door, but when I check, no one's there. Or I'll hear what sounds exactly like my ringtone coming from the kitchen when my phone is right next to me in the living room. Sometimes I hear whispers that sound like they're coming through the heating vents, but it's always just garbled enough that I can't make out what they're saying. I've tried everything to get rid of them. I'm not particularly religious, but I bought holy water online and sprinkled it in every room. I've burned sage so many times that the smell is permanently embedded in my curtains. I tried Palo Santo, crystal grids, sound cleansing with bells. You name it, I've tried it. Nothing works. If anything, it seems to make them more active, like they're amused by my attempts. My boyfriend Mark didn't believe me at first. He'd stay over, and when I'd ask if he heard the footsteps in the hallway at 2 in the morning, he'd say it was just the building settling. When the kitchen cabinet doors would all open at once while we were watching a movie, he'd suggest it was just poor installation. He humored me, but I could tell he thought I was being dramatic. That all changed 3 months ago. Mark had moved in with me to help with the mortgage payments. We'd gone to bed around 11, both exhausted from work. I was almost asleep when I heard it clear as day. A man's voice, deep and raspy, saying, "Good evening, friends." Mark sat bolt upright beside me. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I just nodded, too terrified to speak. We searched the entire condo, checking closets, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. No one was there. We double-checked that all the doors and windows were locked. They were. We eventually went back to bed, but neither of us slept much. That night changed everything. After that, the activity increased tenfold, and it got personal, invasive. I still have trouble talking about some of it. That same night, after we'd finally fallen asleep, both Mark and I had the same nightmare. We were in the condo, but it was different, darker, with long hallways that don't exist in real life. And that same voice from earlier was narrating our movements, commenting on everything we did. When we woke up and compared notes, we realized we'd had identical dreams. How is that even possible? After that night, things started happening that I'm not comfortable describing in detail. Let's just say the entities began interacting with us physically in ways that felt violating. It wasn't just cold spots anymore or objects moving. They would touch us. I've had spirits grab my ankles before, that pulling sensation that wakes you from sleep. But this was different. I'd feel hands on my shoulders, my hair, my face. Sometimes when I was in the shower, I'd feel something brush against me in a way that made me want to scrub my skin raw afterward. Mark started experiencing it too. He'd wake up with scratch marks on his back that hadn't been there when we went to bed. Once, while he was home alone, something pushed him so hard down the hallway that he fell and sprained his wrist. The worst part is that I'm stuck here. My mortgage payment is $700 a month for a 2-bedroom condo in a town where rents for similar places are easily twice that. I can't afford to move and keep paying this mortgage, and I can't sell because I'd never find another place I could afford in this market. I'm planning to move out of the country in 3 years when I finish my master's program, but until then, I'm trapped. I've tried to make peace with my roommates. I've tried talking to them, setting boundaries. "You can stay here, but you need to respect our space," I'd say out loud to an empty room. Sometimes it seemed to work for a few days, but it never lasted. What makes it even stranger is that the haunting seems to extend beyond just me and Mark. Last summer, we went on vacation for 2 weeks, and my neighbor agreed to come by daily to feed my cat. After 3 days, she called me in a panic, saying she couldn't come anymore. When I pressed her for details, she reluctantly admitted that something had followed her home from my condo. Her own apartment, which had never had any paranormal activity before, was now experiencing the same kinds of disturbances. Objects moving, unexplained noises, that feeling of being watched. I had to call another friend to take over, and I didn't tell her about what happened with the first neighbor. 2 days later, she called with almost the exact same story. I ended up having to board my cat at the vet for the remainder of our trip, making up an excuse about her having separation anxiety. Just last night, things escalated again. Mark and I were watching TV when all the lights went out. Not just in our condo, the entire building seemed to lose power. We checked the breaker box, but everything was fine. We looked outside to see if the neighborhood was affected, but all the street lights were on, and we could see lights in the windows of houses across the street. As we stood in the darkness of our living room, illuminated only by our phone flashlights, that voice came back. "You'll never leave," it said, so close to my ear that I could feel the breath. but when I spun around, no one was there. Mark heard it too. He grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door. "We're staying at a hotel tonight," he said. I didn't argue. As we were putting on our shoes to leave, every door in the condo slammed shut simultaneously. Bedroom, bathroom, closets, even the cabinets in the kitchen. The noise was deafening. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything went quiet and the lights came back on. We left anyway and spent $90 we couldn't really afford on a cheap motel room. We came back this morning because, well, what choice do we have? I'm writing this now, sitting in my car in the parking lot, because I'm too scared to go back inside. But I know I'll have to eventually. This is my home, my prison. I don't know what to do anymore. No amount of cleansing works. No amount of pleading or demanding makes any difference. These entities, whatever they are, have made it clear that this is their space too, and they have no intention of leaving. And neither can I. Story 13. I've been battling with myself for weeks about whether to post this. It sounds crazy even as I type it out, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. When I was little, from basically birth until I was 5, I had what everyone called an imaginary friend. Her name was Rosie. I remember her so clearly. Bright red hair that fell just past her shoulders, these adorable freckles scattered across her nose and cheeks, and she always wore the same kind of old-fashioned clothes. Not like pioneer days old, but definitely not modern. Think like 1970s style dresses with those Peter Pan collars and knee socks. Rosie was my constant companion. I'm not exaggerating when I say we were inseparable. Every morning, I'd wake up and she'd be there, sitting at the foot of my bed, waiting for me to get up so we could play. I insisted on setting a place for her at the dinner table every night, which my parents humored with a patient smile. My mum would even put a little plate with food on it sometimes, which would make me giggle with delight because Rosie doesn't eat that much, Mum. I talked to her constantly. My parents said I would have these incredibly detailed conversations, not the kind of babbling nonsense you'd expect from a kid with an imaginary friend. I would sit in my room for hours, talking and laughing with Rosie. I remember asking her questions and waiting for answers, nodding along as if she was responding. In my mind, she was responding. I heard her voice as clear as day. We played together every single day. Hide and seek was her favorite game, but sometimes she would just watch me color or play with my toys. I had this specific dollhouse that she seemed to love. I would move the dolls around, but sometimes I'd swear the dolls would be in different positions. When I came back to my room, and I'd giggle because Rosie was playing with them. But here's where it gets weird. When I was 5, we moved houses. Nothing dramatic caused the move. My dad got a better job in a neighboring town, and we found a newer house with more space. I was excited about the move, and I remember telling Rosie all about our new house and promising her that she would love it. Except she never came with us. The day we moved, I kept looking for her in the car, asking my parents if Rosie was coming in the moving truck. They did the usual, "Of course, honey," response. But when we got to the new house, Rosie wasn't there. I waited all day for her to show up, then the next day, then the next. I was devastated. I cried for weeks. I kept trying to talk to her, setting up places for her at the table, leaving toys out for her to play with. But it felt different. Before, when I talked to Rosie, I felt like I was talking to someone. Now I just felt like I was talking to the air. Eventually I stopped trying. My parents were relieved, I think. They probably thought I was finally growing out of the imaginary friend phase. Life went on. I made real friends, went to school, grew up. I completely forgot about Rosie for years. Then last month, something happened that sent chills down my spine and made me question everything I thought I knew about my childhood. I was visiting my parents for the weekend. Dad and I were sitting on the back porch having a beer. Still feels weird to drink with my parents, even at 20. And we were just chatting about nothing important. Somehow we got on the topic of the old house, and Dad got this strange look on his face. "You know," he said, taking a long sip of his beer, "there's something I never told you about that house." The way he said it made my skin prickle. Dad's not the type to be dramatic or make up stories. He's pragmatic, logical, a total skeptic about anything supernatural. What about it? I asked. He looked uncomfortable, like he was debating whether to continue. Then he sighed. I used to see things in that house. Nothing threatening, but definitely strange. I felt my heart start to race. What kind of things? A ghost, he said flatly. Or at least, what I think was a ghost. The upper half of a teenage girl. I nearly dropped my beer. What? Dad nodded, still looking uncomfortable. Just the upper half, from the waist up. She would float around the house, mostly upstairs near your room. Red hair, freckles, always wearing these old-fashioned clothes. My entire body went cold. I couldn't speak. She seemed friendly enough, Dad continued, oblivious to my reaction. Kept to herself. I'd see her maybe once a month or so. She'd just be there, floating in the hallway or in the corner of a room. I'd blink, and sometimes she'd be gone. Other times she'd sort of drift away through a wall. I found my voice, though it came out as barely a whisper. Why didn't you ever say anything? He shrugged. What was I supposed to say? Hey, honey, by the way, I keep seeing the ghost of a teenage girl in our house. Your mom would have had me committed. Besides, she never seemed harmful. I figured as long as she wasn't bothering anyone, it wasn't worth bringing up. Did Mom ever see her? I asked. No, I don't think so. She never mentioned it if she did. But the weirdest part is, even after we moved out and your Aunt Carrie moved in, I would still see her sometimes when I'd go over to help with house maintenance. Your aunt never complained about anything strange, but whenever I'd house sit for her when she went on vacation, I'd catch glimpses of the same girl. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The description matched Rosie exactly. The red hair, the freckles, the old-fashioned clothes, and the timing. Rosie disappeared exactly when we moved out of that house. Dad, I said slowly, I think I used to see her too. His eyebrows shot up. What do you mean? Rosie, my imaginary friend from when I was little. She had red hair and freckles. She wore old clothes, and she disappeared the day we moved out of that house. Now it was Dad's turn to look shocked. You could see her and talk to her. All the time, I said. She was my best friend. We talked for hours every day. She was always in my room. We sat in silence for a long time after that, both processing what this meant. Had my childhood imaginary friend actually been the ghost that my father saw? It made a bizarre kind of sense. Kids are supposed to be more sensitive to that kind of thing, right? And Rosie vanished exactly when we left the house, despite being my supposed best friend. Wouldn't a real imaginary friend have come with me? That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Rosie and all our conversations and playtimes together. Had I really been playing with a ghost all those years? I tried to remember if there was anything strange about her that I might have overlooked as a child. The more I thought about it, the more little things came back to me. How she never ate the food my mum put out for her. How she seemed to know things about the house that I didn't. How sometimes the temperature would drop suddenly when she was around. I've spent the last month obsessively researching the history of our old house, trying to find any record of a teenage girl who might have died there. So far I've found nothing conclusive. The house was built in the late 60s, and as far as I can tell, there were no reported deaths of teenage girls in or around the property. I've considered asking my Aunt Carrie if I could stay overnight at the house to see if Rosie is still there, but we've never been close, and I don't know how to bring up something like this without sounding completely insane. Plus, I've always been terrified of the dark, and the thought of deliberately trying to encounter a ghost, even one I used to consider my friend, makes my heart race with anxiety. What keeps haunting me is the possibility that Rosie was real, a teenage ghost who found companionship with a child who could see and talk to her. Was she lonely? Was I the only one who could perceive her fully? Did she miss me when I left? These questions keep me up at night. I wonder if she's still there in that old house, waiting for someone else to see her. Sometimes I imagine her sitting in my old bedroom, wondering why her friend never came back. The thought breaks my heart. And I can't help but wonder, if I went back to that house, would she still be there? Would she remember me? Would we be able to talk like we used to? I don't know if I'll ever have the courage to find out. Part of me wants to know the truth, but another part is afraid of what I might discover. Or worse, what if I go back and find nothing? What if she's gone forever? For now, I'm left with this strange revelation that has made me question everything I thought I knew about my childhood. Was my best friend real? Was she a ghost? And if she was, what does that mean about all the conversations we had, all the games we played? I can't explain it. No one can. But I know what I experienced, and now, with my dad's confession, I'm more convinced than ever that Rosie wasn't just in my imagination. She was real, in whatever way a ghost can be real. And somewhere in that old house, she might still be waiting. Story 14. I still can't shake what happened that day at the old Whispering Pines Elementary School. It's been 15 years, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, thinking I can hear those footsteps again. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family and my therapist, but I need to get this off my chest. I was 12 years old that summer. School had just let out for the year, and my best friend Alex and I were bored out of our minds. Our small town didn't have much to offer kids our age. No mall, no arcade, just a public pool that was always overcrowded, and a library where the elderly librarian would shush you for breathing too loudly. The abandoned elementary school had been sitting empty for about 8 years by then. Everyone in town knew about it, this creepy old building at the edge of town that had been shut down after they built the new school complex. The official reason was asbestos or black mold or something, but there were always rumors about other reasons. Kids would dare each other to go near it, but most were too scared. Alex and I weren't scared, though, or at least we pretended not to be. We'd been talking about exploring it for weeks, making plans, psyching ourselves up. The place was technically off-limits, with no trespassing signs posted all around, but the fence had gaps, and the local cops rarely patrolled that far out. It was a Tuesday in late June. I remember because my mum was working a double shift at the hospital, and my dad was on a business trip. I was supposed to be at Alex's house all day, supervised by his mum. Instead, we packed our backpacks with flashlights, snacks and water bottles, told his mom we were going biking, and headed straight for the old school. The weather was perfect, sunny but not too hot, with a light breeze. We rode our bikes through town, past the gas station and the post office, until the buildings thinned out and we reached the outskirts. The abandoned school sat on a small hill, partially hidden by overgrown trees and bushes. From a distance, it looked almost normal, just a bit run down. Up close was a different story. The windows were boarded up on the first floor, but many on the second and third floors were just empty, gaping holes. The red brick had faded to a dull brownish color, and vines crawled up the walls. The main entrance was chained shut, but we found a side door with a broken lock. Alex hesitated for a moment, but I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The smell hit me. First, musty and damp, like wet cardboard and old books. The hallway was dim, with thin beams of light filtering through cracks in the boarded windows. Our footsteps echoed on the dirty linoleum floor, amplified by the emptiness around us. "This is so cool," I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "Yeah," Alex replied, but he didn't sound convinced. We started exploring the first floor, poking our heads into old classrooms. They were mostly empty, just some broken desks piled in corners, chalkboards with faded writing still visible. In one room, someone had spray-painted "Seniors 05 Rule" on the wall. In another, we found a bunch of moldy textbooks scattered across the floor. Imagine sitting in class here, I said, running my fingers along a dusty windowsill, like kids our age used to be here every day. My mom went here, Alex said. She said they closed it down because the building was falling apart, but my cousin told me a janitor died here, like had a heart attack or something and wasn't found for days. I rolled my eyes. That's just a story to scare kids away. We continued exploring, growing more confident as we went. Nothing scary had happened, and honestly, the place was kind of boring, just empty rooms with peeling paint and water stains on the ceilings. Then we reached the stairwell. Should we go up? I asked, shining my flashlight toward the second floor. The stairs looked solid enough, though there was graffiti all over the walls. I guess, Alex shrugged. We came this far. The second floor was similar to the first, more empty classrooms, an old faculty lounge with a broken coffee maker still sitting on the counter, a bathroom with all the mirrors smashed. We were in what must have been the art room, judging by the dried paint splatters on the floor, when we heard it. Footsteps, above us, clear, distinct footsteps walking across the ceiling. We both froze, looking up. The footsteps moved slowly, deliberately, from one end of the room to the other, then stopped. That's the third floor, I whispered, my heart suddenly pounding. Maybe it's just another kid exploring, Alex suggested, but his face had gone pale. Maybe, I agreed, though something told me it wasn't. We stood in silence for a moment, listening. The footsteps started again, moving toward what would be the attic access. I knew there was an attic because I could see the small windows at the top of the building from outside. We should go, Alex said, taking a step toward the door, but something in me needed to know what was up there. Looking back, I don't know why I was so stupidly curious. Maybe it was because nothing truly bad had ever happened to me before, so I didn't have that healthy fear that keeps people alive. Let's check it out, I said, already moving toward the hallway. Are you insane? Alex hissed, grabbing my arm. What if it's a homeless person or something? Then we'll apologize for disturbing them and leave, I replied, pulling away. Come on, don't you want to know? Alex hesitated, then reluctantly followed me. If we die, I'm going to kill you, he muttered. We found the stairs to the third floor at the end of the hallway. They were narrower than the main stairwell, and there was a chain across the bottom with a sign that read, "Condemned, do not enter." I stepped over the chain without hesitation. The third floor was different, darker, with fewer windows and more debris scattered around. The air felt thicker somehow, harder to breathe, and it was completely silent. No more footsteps. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it when my voice echoed down the empty corridor. No response. We walked slowly down the hallway, checking rooms as we went. Most were locked or empty. At the end of the hall was a door labeled Roof Access. Beside it was a pull-down ladder that led to the attic. The ladder was down, as if someone had just used it. "Brad, let's go," Alex pleaded, his voice cracking slightly. This isn't fun anymore. But I was already climbing the ladder. Something was driving me forward, a need to prove there was nothing to be afraid of, that there was a logical explanation for everything. The attic was a large open space with sloped ceilings and bare wooden floorboards. Dust particles floated in the beams of light coming through the small windows. And it was empty, completely empty, except for three things. A metal ladder with spray paint on it propped against one wall, a small table also covered in paint splatters, and what looked like a pair of pants on the floor near the table, also marked with paint. And a knife. A large kitchen knife with a black handle sitting on the table, its blade catching the light. "What the hell?" I whispered, moving closer to examine it. The knife looked new, clean, not rusty or old like you'd expect in an abandoned building. That's when we heard it. The basement door, a heavy metal fire door we'd passed on the first floor, slammed shut with such force that the entire building seemed to shake. We stood frozen, barely breathing. For several seconds, there was absolute silence. Then came the footsteps again, heavy, deliberate footsteps moving from the first floor down toward the basement. "Now," Alex whispered urgently. "We go now." This time, I didn't argue. We scrambled down the ladder, our feet barely touching the rungs. We sprinted down the third-floor hallway, taking the stairs two at a time. When we reached the second floor, I almost tripped over a broken chair, catching myself just in time. The footsteps below had stopped, but that was somehow worse than hearing them. We made it to the first floor and ran straight for the side door we'd entered through. I remember the overwhelming relief when we burst outside into the sunlight, gasping for breath. We didn't stop running until we reached our bikes, hidden in the bushes at the bottom of the hill. "Go, go, go!" I yelled, jumping on my bike. We pedaled harder than we ever had before, not looking back until we were at least half a mile away. When we finally stopped on the edge of the park near Alex's house, we were both drenched in sweat and trembling. What was that?" Alex panted, doubling over his handlebars. "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe someone else exploring, or a homeless person like you said." But even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. The attic was empty except for those few items. There was nowhere for someone to hide, and those footsteps, they had been coming from above us when we were on the second floor, but then from the first floor moving down when we were in the attic. That's when it hit me, a cold realization that made my blood freeze. "Alex," I said slowly, "where did they go?" "What do you mean?" "The person. We heard them go into the attic, right? But there was no one there when we looked, and we didn't hear or see anyone leave. So where did they go?" Alex stared at me, his face draining of color. "I don't know," he whispered. "We never went back to that school. A month later, it was demolished as part of a town redevelopment project. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in there is still around, just without a home now. I've tried to come up with logical explanations over the years. Maybe it was just the building settling. Maybe there were hidden rooms or passages we didn't know about. Maybe other kids were messing with us. But deep down, I know what we experienced wasn't normal. Something was in that school with us. Something that could move through floors, that could appear and disappear at will. Something that had left that knife out, maybe as a warning, or maybe for a purpose I don't want to consider. I still live in Whispering Pines. I've got a decent job at the local bank, a mortgage, a fiancé who thinks my fear of old buildings is quirky but endearing. Alex moved away for college and never came back. We don't talk much anymore, but when we do, we never mention that day. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if we had stayed just a minute longer, or if we'd gone down to the basement instead of running away, what would we have found? And more importantly, what would have found us? Story 15. I've never told this story outside my immediate family. It's been 20 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 12 years old when it happened, living in this cookie-cutter suburban neighborhood in Connecticut where nothing ever happened. You know the type. Identical houses with different colored shutters, perfect lawns, neighborhood BBQs on the 4th of July. The kind of place where parents let their kids ride bikes until the streetlights came on. I was a normal kid except for one thing. I sleepwalked. A lot. My mum would find me in the weirdest places, standing in front of the refrigerator, sitting on the stairs, or sometimes just standing in the hallway staring at the wall. It freaked her out, but our family doctor said it was common for kids my age, and I'd probably grow out of it. She started putting a little bell on my bedroom door so she'd hear if I wandered out at night. That spring, my sleepwalking got worse. I'd wake up in different parts of the house with no memory of how I got there. My mum was worried sick, especially since I'd sometimes unlock doors or try to go outside. She even put child-proof knob covers on my bedroom door, which was humiliating for a 12-year-old. But I understood why. It was a Tuesday night in April when it happened. I remember because I'd stayed up late finishing a science project on the solar system. I was exhausted when I finally crawled into bed around 10:30. My room was upstairs at the end of the hall, right across from my mum's. My dad wasn't in the picture. He'd left when I was 4, and it was just the two of us in that 3-bedroom house that always felt a little too big. I fell asleep quickly that night. The next thing I remember is waking up downstairs on the living room sofa. This wasn't unusual for my sleepwalking episodes, but something felt immediately different. The house was pitch black, which was strange because my mum always left the hallway light on after my sleepwalking started getting worse. The digital clock on the cable box read 3:17 in the morning. The silence was absolute. You know how houses make those settling noises at night? Creaks and groans and the hum of the refrigerator. There was none of that. It felt like the house was holding its breath. I sat up on the sofa, that weird, disoriented feeling washing over me. That "how did I get here" confusion that always followed my sleepwalking episodes. I was about to head back upstairs when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. Our living room opened directly into the dining room, separated only by a wide archway. And there, around our oval dining table, I could make out what looked like people sitting. At first, I thought maybe my mum had guests over, which made absolutely no sense at 3 in the morning. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was still half asleep and seeing things, but when I looked again, they were still there, dark silhouettes sitting perfectly still around our dining table. I couldn't move. My whole body went cold, and I could feel my heart pounding so hard it hurt. There were 5 of them, 5 figures sitting at our 6-chair dining table. In the darkness, I couldn't make out details, just their shapes. They weren't moving. They weren't talking. They were just sitting there. The rational part of my brain told me to run upstairs to my mum's room. But another part, a part I didn't understand, felt weirdly drawn to them. It was like when you see something terrifying in a movie, and you want to look away but can't. That same compulsion pulled at me. I slid off the sofa, my bare feet touching the cold hardwood floor. I took a step, toward the dining room, then another. Each step felt like moving through molasses. My breathing was shallow, and I could hear blood rushing in my ears. As I got closer, details started emerging from the darkness. They weren't just people sitting at our table. They were wearing what looked like long black cloaks or robes with hoods pulled up over their heads. I couldn't see any faces inside those hoods, just blackness, pure, absorbing blackness. It reminded me of those ringwraith things from Lord of the Rings, which I'd watched at a friend's house, even though my mum said I was too young. The movie had given me nightmares for weeks, and now it felt like those nightmares had followed me into the waking world. I stopped at the edge of the dining room, maybe 6 feet from the table. The figures remained motionless. I remember thinking they might be some kind of weird shadow trick. Maybe headlights from outside were creating strange shapes through the curtains, but there were no lights outside, no cars passing by, just the stillness of a suburban neighborhood at 3 in the morning. I stood there frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. And then, God, I still get chills thinking about it, one of them moved. It was the one sitting at the head of the table where my mum usually sat. Its hood slowly turned toward me. There was no face underneath, just that impenetrable darkness that seemed to swallow all light. I couldn't see eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it, like icy fingers pressing against my skin. The moment stretched like taffy, me staring at this faceless hooded thing, it staring back at me. Then its hand, or what I assumed was a hand beneath the robe, slowly raised and extended toward me. The sleeve of the robe fell back slightly, and what I saw wasn't a human hand. It was darker than the darkness around it, like a hole in reality. That's when my paralysis broke. I screamed, not a horror movie scream, but this pathetic, strangled sound that got caught in my throat. I backpedaled so fast, I tripped over my own feet and fell hard on my back. I scrambled up and ran for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, still making these horrible whimpering noises. "Mum!" I screamed. pounding on her door. "Mom, wake up! There are people downstairs! Mom!" She opened the door, hair all messy from sleep, looking confused and alarmed. "Oliver? What's wrong? What happened?" I was crying by then, blubbering about people in the dining room, about the hooded figures. I must have sounded insane, but the terror in my voice was real enough that she believed something was wrong. "Stay here," she said, grabbing the baseball bat she kept beside her bed. It was pink, a gag gift from her sister, but she'd always said she'd have no problem using it on an intruder. "No!" I grabbed her arm. "Don't go down there alone." "Then stay right behind me," she said, her voice steadier than I could have managed. "And if I tell you to run, you run to the Petersons' house and call 911. We crept down the hallway to the top of the stairs. Mom flipped on the upstairs hall light, and its glow spilled down the staircase. Nothing moved below, no sound. She took a deep breath and started down the stairs with me clutching the back of her nightshirt. When we reached the bottom, she immediately went to the light switch by the front door and flooded the living room with light. Everything looked normal. The sofa where I'd woken up, the coffee table with magazines neatly stacked, the TV in the corner. "They're in the dining room," I whispered, pointing. Mom gripped the bat tighter and moved toward the dining room. She hit the light switch, and suddenly the room was bright and empty. The dining table sat there with its 6 chairs, all pushed in neatly. No hooded figures, no black robes, nothing out of place. "There's nobody here, Oliver," she said, her voice softening from alert to concerned. "They were here," I insisted, tears streaming down my face. 5 of them, sitting around the table. One of them looked at me. It reached for me. Mom checked the entire house, every room, every closet, behind every door. All the windows were locked from the inside. The front and back doors were still double locked and chained. Nobody had been in our house. "You were sleepwalking again," she said, sitting me down on the sofa. "You had a nightmare, but your eyes were open. It happens sometimes with sleepwalkers." I wanted to believe her. I desperately wanted that explanation to make sense, but it didn't feel like a dream. It felt real as the sofa I was sitting on, as real as my mum's hand rubbing my back. We slept in her room for the rest of the night, me curled up against her like I was 6 instead of 12. I didn't sleepwalk again that night. The next day, Mom called Dr. Reeves, who prescribed some mild medication to help with the sleepwalking. She also put a lock on my bedroom door, the kind that locked from the outside. I hated being locked in, but I also didn't want to wander around the house and see those things again. The sleepwalking gradually stopped over the next few months. By the time I started 7th grade that fall, I hadn't had an episode in weeks. Mom attributed it to the medication and said I was finally growing out of it, just like the doctor predicted. But I never forgot what I saw that night. As I got older, I researched sleep disorders, looking for explanations. Maybe it was a hypnopompic hallucination, those weird visions people sometimes have when transitioning from sleep to wakefulness. Maybe my brain was still partly in REM sleep while my body was awake, projecting dream images into the real world. Or maybe, and this is the thought that still keeps me awake sometimes, maybe I glimpsed something that wasn't supposed to be seen. People talk about parallel universes, about realities layered over our own. What if, in my sleepwalking state, I was somehow able to perceive something that exists alongside us but remains invisible to our waking eyes? I'm 32 now, with a family of my own. We live 3 states away from that house, and I've never told my wife the full story. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? But sometimes, when I walk past our dining room at night and see the chairs sitting empty around the table, I feel a coldness spread through my chest, and I always leave a light on. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was real or a product of my sleepwalking brain. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel that same sensation, the feeling of being watched by eyes I cannot see, from beneath hoods that contain only darkness. Story 16. I've never really told anyone about this outside of my immediate family, but I feel like I need to share it now. I've been carrying these experiences for years, and honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of them. They happened when I was a kid, and no matter how much time passes, I can still remember every detail like it was yesterday. It all started when I was 12. My family and I had just moved into this house in Riverdale that had been through a pretty bad fire. The entire upper floor was completely destroyed, and we couldn't afford to wait for all the repairs to be finished before moving in. Money was tight, and we needed somewhere to live right away. For the first few months, we all slept together on this massive king-size bed in the living room. The ceiling above us was covered with blue tarps because there were still holes where you could see straight through to the sky. We had these plastic buckets scattered across the floor to catch rainwater when it stormed. It wasn't ideal, but we made it work. One night, I'll never forget it, there was this massive thunderstorm. The wind was howling, rain was pounding against what was left of our roof, and the tarps were making this constant flapping noise that made it impossible to sleep. I remember lying there, sandwiched between my parents, listening to the storm and watching shadows dance across the walls every time lightning struck. I must have dozed off at some point because I suddenly woke up with that weird feeling you get when you know something's not right. The storm had calmed a bit, but there was still the occasional rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. When I opened my eyes, I froze. Standing at the foot of our bed was this figure. It wasn't solid, more like a human-shaped white cloud or mist. It was just hovering there, maybe 5 feet tall, completely silent, watching us sleep. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed with fear. It lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like forever. Then, as if it sensed I was awake, the thing started floating. Not walking, floating toward the doorway that led to our kitchen. It just passed through the doorframe and disappeared. I pulled the blankets over my head and stayed that way until morning, too terrified to move or make a sound. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might throw up. My parents were still asleep beside me, completely unaware of what I'd just seen. When morning finally came, I told my parents, but they brushed it off as a nightmare brought on by the storm. "Old houses make weird shadows," my dad said. "The lightning probably played tricks on your eyes." But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of light. It was something else entirely. For a while after that, I refused to sleep alone. I'd make up excuses to stay in the living room with everyone else, too scared to be by myself. Eventually, the repairs were completed, and we all moved into our proper bedrooms. I still had trouble sleeping for months afterward. I tried to forget about it, and for a while I almost did. Until 2 years later when I was 10. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, I was 12 during the first incident, so I was 14 during this next one. We had a small stable on our property with 3 horses. I loved those horses more than anything and spent most of my free time taking care of them. One afternoon, I was alone in the stable, shoveling wood shavings into a wheelbarrow. My parents were in the house, and my brother was at soccer practice. The stable was quiet, except for the occasional snort from one of the horses and the scraping sound of my shovel against the concrete floor. I was completely focused on my task when I heard it, a woman's voice, clear as day, right behind me. "What are you doing here?" It wasn't threatening or angry, just curious, like she was surprised to find someone in her space. But it was so close, like someone was standing right at my shoulder, their breath practically on my neck. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nobody, just an empty stable aisle. I checked the stalls, thinking maybe my mom had come in without me noticing, but all the horses were alone in their stalls. There was no one else in that stable but me. The shovel slipped from my hands and clattered on the floor. I didn't even bother picking it up. I just ran, straight out of the stable, across the yard, and into our house, my heart pounding in my chest the whole way. I burst through the back door, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, which I guess in a way I had. My mum was in the kitchen making dinner when I came racing in. "What's wrong?" she asked, immediately alarmed by the look on my face. I was out of breath and trembling. "Someone's in the stable," I managed to say. I heard a woman's voice. My mum grabbed a flashlight. It was starting to get dark outside, and we both went back to the stable together. Of course, we found nothing. No strange woman, no signs that anyone had been there besides me. My shovel was still lying where I'd dropped it, and the wheelbarrow was half filled with shavings. We searched every corner of that stable, and my mom tried to convince me that I must have heard one of the neighbors calling to their kids, or maybe the radio from a passing car. But I knew what I heard. That voice had been right behind me, unmistakably close, impossibly real. After that, I refused to go into the stable alone for weeks. My mom or dad would have to come with me every time I needed to feed the horses or clean the stalls. They were patient with me, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. The third incident happened when I was 14, and it hit me harder than the others because it was so personal. We had this horse, Apollo, who had been with us since I was 6 years old. He was this beautiful chestnut gelding with a white star on his forehead. He was my best friend. I spent hours grooming him, talking to him, riding him through the fields behind our house. He was the gentlest soul you could ever meet. When Apollo turned 12, he started losing weight, even though he was eating normally. The vet found a tumor in his jaw that was making it difficult for him to chew properly. We tried everything to save him. Special food, medications, even surgery, but nothing worked. The tumor kept growing, and Apollo kept getting thinner and weaker. Finally, the vet told us that the kindest thing would be to put him down. It was the hardest decision my family ever had to make, but we couldn't bear to watch him suffer anymore. The day they euthanized him was the worst day of my life. I held his head in my lap as the vet administered the injection, and I felt him take his last breath against my hand. I've never cried so hard or felt such profound grief. We decided to have Apollo cremated. When we got his ashes back, we mixed them with the soil and planted a rose bush in our yard. My dad made a little plaque with Apollo's name on it, and we placed it at the base of the bush. It gave me some comfort to know he was still there with us in some way. About 3 days after we planted the rose bush, I was in the stable alone, sweeping the center aisle. The other 2 horses were out in the paddock, so the stable was completely empty and quiet. I was lost in my thoughts, still processing my grief, when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of horse hooves walking on the concrete floor inside one of the stalls. It was that familiar clip-clop sound that I'd heard thousands of times before. My first thought was that one of the other horses had somehow gotten back into the stable without me noticing. I dropped the broom and rushed toward the sound, calling out, "How did you get in here?" But when I got to the stall where the sound was coming from, it was empty, completely empty. No horse, nothing that could have made that noise. I ran outside to check the paddock, thinking maybe I was losing my mind, but both our remaining horses were exactly where they should be, grazing peacefully in the field. I went back into the stable, my heart racing. The sound had been so clear, so real. It wasn't my imagination. I knew what horse hooves on concrete sounded like. And then it hit me. Apollo. I sank down onto a hay bale and just started sobbing. It wasn't fear this time. It was a mix of comfort and heartbreak. Somehow I knew it was him. I felt it deep in my bones. He had come to visit me one last time, to let me know he was okay. "I miss you so much," I whispered into the empty stable, tears streaming down my face. "I hope you're not in pain anymore." I sat there for almost an hour, just talking to the empty air, telling Apollo all the things I wished I'd said before he died. I don't know if he was really there listening, but it felt like he was. After that day, I never experienced anything like that again. We moved away from that house a few years later when I was 17, and since then, my life has been refreshingly ghost-free. I'm 26 now, and I still think about these experiences all the time. They've shaped how I see the world and what I believe about life and death. I'm not religious, and I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural, but I can't explain what happened in that house and stable. Sometimes I wonder if there was something special about that place in Riverdale, some thin spot between our world and whatever comes next. Or maybe I was just more open to those experiences as a child. Whatever the explanation, I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt. That misty figure at the end of our bed, that woman's voice in the stable, Apollo's hooves on the concrete floor days after his death. These weren't dreams or hallucinations. They were real encounters with something beyond our understanding, and they've left me with questions I'll probably never have answers to. But of all three experiences, it's Apollo's visit that stays with me the most. Even now, all these years later, whenever I see a chestnut horse or smell hay and leather, I feel a presence beside me, just for a moment, and I know somehow that he's still with me. Story 17. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last night, and I can't stop shaking. I've had my share of strange experiences in this house, but nothing like this. Nothing that felt so real. I need to get this out of my head and see if anyone else has gone through something similar. Some background first. I live in this old 2-story house in a pretty run-down neighborhood. It's been in my family for years, but not in a good way. This place has a dark cloud hanging over it. My dad killed himself here when I was 13. I found him in the basement. I still can't go down there without feeling sick to my stomach. After that, my mum and I moved out for a while. My uncle moved in with his girlfriend, but she OD'd in the upstairs bathroom about a year later. They found her slumped against the tub. I've always hated that bathroom. It always feels colder than the rest of the house. Since then, the house has been passed around between family members and friends who needed a cheap place to stay. Everyone who's lived here has a story. My cousin swears she saw a man standing at the foot of her bed one night. My mum's friend and her husband only lasted 3 months before moving out. They said they kept hearing footsteps when nobody was home. My husband and I moved back in 2015. We have 5 kids, and rent is crazy expensive around here. I told myself I was being stupid, that it was just an old house with bad memories, nothing more. But within the first week, my oldest son refused to sleep in his room. He said someone was whispering to him at night. My husband has seen shadows moving down the hallway when everyone's in bed. The kids have all mentioned hearing someone calling their names when nobody's around. Weirdly, I've had fewer experiences than everyone else. Maybe because I grew up here, or maybe I've just been in denial. I've felt cold spots, sure, and sometimes I get that feeling of being watched. But I've never seen anything or heard voices. At least, not until last night. My husband had a late meeting with his boss, so I was home alone with our dog, Rex. The kids were staying at my mum's for the weekend. They'd jump at any chance to be away from this place. I was catching up on my shows, just relaxing on the couch with Rex curled up beside me. Around 9, Rex suddenly sat up, ears perked, staring at the basement door. Then I heard it, a loud bang from downstairs, like someone had slammed a door. Rex started growling, his hackles up. I froze, remote in hand, my heart pounding in my chest. Then it happened again. Bang, and again. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded exactly like someone repeatedly slamming the door to the bedroom in the basement, the same room where it happened. The slamming was rhythmic, like someone was doing it deliberately, trying to get my attention. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded pathetic, even to me. The banging stopped immediately. The silence that followed was almost worse. Rex was going crazy now, barking at the basement door, then running back to me, whining. No way in hell was I going down there. I texted my husband, "When are you coming home?" He responded that he'd be another hour. I turned up the TV, trying to drown out any other sounds. I kept Rex close, one hand buried in his fur. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I remember is jerking awake with that awful feeling of being watched. You know that feeling when you're half asleep, but somehow aware of your surroundings? That's where I was. I could hear the TV still on, some late-night show with people laughing. I could hear the hum of the space heater next to the couch, but something felt wrong, so wrong. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt so heavy. It was like they were glued shut, and I could only manage to open them a crack. My vision was blurry, but I could see something, someone, standing over me. A tall figure dressed in black, looming over the couch where I lay. My first thought was that my husband had come home, but this figure was too tall, too still, and there was something about the way it was standing, like it was studying me. I tried to scream for my husband, but no sound came out. My mouth wouldn't move. Nothing would move. My arms, my legs, it was like I was frozen in place. I was fully conscious but completely paralyzed. I could still hear everything, the TV, the heater, even Rex whimpering somewhere nearby. But I couldn't move a finger or make a sound. The panic was overwhelming, crushing my chest like a weight. Then the figure moved. It didn't walk or step, it just seemed to shift position. And then I felt the couch cushion sink down by my feet. It was sitting down. This thing was sitting on the couch with me. I felt my blanket tighten around my legs as the weight pulled it taut. I was screaming, inside my head, begging my body to move, to run, to do anything. But I was trapped in my own body, forced to endure this presence that had no business being in my home, in my world. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me paralyzed on the couch, this dark figure sitting by my feet. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed meaningless. I just remember the absolute, gut-wrenching terror, the certainty that whatever was sitting with me wasn't human, or at least wasn't anymore. And then suddenly my eyes opened fully, just like that. The crushing weight lifted from my body and I could move again. The figure was gone. The blanket loosened around my legs. I sat up, gasping for air, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I was drenched in sweat, my t-shirt sticking to my back. Rex was hiding under the coffee table, still whimpering. He wouldn't come to me when I called him, which has never happened before. I turned on every light in the house and called my husband, who rushed home. He found me sitting in the kitchen, clutching a knife, with Rex still cowering under the table. I told him everything, and he tried to convince me it was just sleep paralysis, that it wasn't real. But sleep paralysis doesn't explain the door slamming earlier. It doesn't explain Rex's behavior, and it doesn't explain the cold, heavy feeling that's still lingering in our living room this morning. I'm writing this from my mom's house. I packed up some clothes and left at dawn. My husband thinks I'm overreacting, but he didn't feel what I felt. He didn't see what I saw. The thing is, I keep wondering if it was my dad, or maybe the girlfriend who OD'd, or someone else entirely who suffered in this house. This house has seen so much pain, so much darkness. Maybe some of that darkness stayed behind. I've never been a big believer in the paranormal, but after last night, I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something was in my house last night. Something sat on my couch and watched me. And I have this terrible feeling that it's not done with me yet. My husband wants us to move back in tomorrow. We can't afford to stay anywhere else. And he thinks a good night's sleep will make everything better. But how am I supposed to sleep on that couch again? How am I supposed to walk past that basement door, knowing what might be waiting on the other side? I've spent my whole life trying to outrun the shadows of this house, and last night they finally caught up with me. I'm terrified of what happens next. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Was it really just sleep paralysis? Or was it something else? Something reaching out from whatever comes after death? I can't stop shaking when I think about those moments when I was completely helpless, being watched by something I couldn't see clearly but could feel with every fiber of my being. I don't know if I can ever go back to that house, but I also don't know if I have a choice. Story 18. I still don't know what made us buy that place. The price was good, I guess. Too good looking back. A Victorian farmhouse from 1901 sitting on 3 acres of land. One of the first homes in the county built with electricity. The real estate agent kept emphasizing that like it was some kind of selling point. Now I wonder if she knew, if everyone in town knew, and just wanted to pawn it off on some unsuspecting out-of-towners. We'd been there barely a week when Rusty started acting weird. He's this big, sweet golden retriever who's never met a human he didn't immediately love, but he kept growling at empty corners of rooms, especially in the upstairs hallway. Not just like a little grumble, I mean full-on hackles raised, teeth bared, like he was facing off with something dangerous. But there was nothing there, just empty space. I tried to laugh it off at first. Silly dog, I'd say, pulling him away. There's nothing there. But the look in his eyes, he was seeing something I couldn't. The weird incident started small. Keys that weren't where I left them. Doors I swore I'd closed standing open. The kind of stuff you can explain away when you've just moved in and everything's still chaotic. Then came the thing with Salem, our black cat. I was walking down the upstairs hallway toward the master bedroom, and I saw Salem sitting at the far end, giving himself a bath. I called to him, and at that exact moment I heard a meow behind me. I turned around, and there was Salem, sitting at the opposite end of the hallway, looking at me. I froze. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. I looked back toward the bedroom, and that Salem was still there, still grooming. 2 identical cats at opposite ends of a 30-foot hallway. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, the Salem at the far end was gone. The one behind me sauntered up and rubbed against my legs like nothing had happened. I told my boyfriend Mark that night, and he laughed it off. "You're just tired from unpacking," he said. "Cats move fast. You probably just got confused." But I knew what I'd seen, and it was impossible. Things escalated about 3 weeks in. I was sitting on our sofa in the living room one evening, reading a book with Salem curled up asleep on my lap. Mark was working late. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak that old houses make. Then I felt the sofa cushion next to me sink down, like someone had just sat beside me. I could actually see the depression in the fabric, the cushion compressing under invisible weight. Salem's head jerked up, his eyes went wide, and he started growling, something I'd never heard him do before. The hair along his spine stood straight up. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. There was something sitting next to me, something I couldn't see. The cushion stayed depressed for maybe 15 seconds, though it felt like hours, and then suddenly sprang back to normal. Salem bolted from my lap so fast he left scratch marks on my thighs through my pajama pants. I ran outside and sat in my car until Mark came home. I told him everything, and to his credit, he didn't dismiss it this time. He looked concerned, held me while I cried, but suggested maybe it was just the old house settling in a weird way. We both knew that was bullshit, but we needed to believe it. The dream started a few nights later. In the first one, I woke up, in the dream, to find a young girl standing at the foot of our bed. She was maybe 11 or 12, wearing a black dress that looked soaking wet. Her skin had this horrible grey-blue tinge to it, and her long black hair hung in dripping strands around her face, but it was her eyes that terrified me most, completely black, no whites at all, like 2 holes going straight into nothing. She didn't speak. She just stared at me, and then began crawling up from the foot of the bed toward me, moving in this jerky, unnatural way. When she reached my chest, she opened her mouth, wider than any human mouth should open, and I felt this pulling sensation, like she was trying to suck something out of me, out of my mouth, my nose, my eyes. I couldn't breathe or move. I was paralyzed as this thing tried to extract something from inside me. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. Mark was sound asleep beside me. The clock said 3:15 a.m. I told myself it was just a nightmare, just stress from the move and the weird experiences playing tricks on my mind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. that she was more than just a dream. I had the exact same dream 3 more times that night. Each time I'd fall back asleep, and she'd be there waiting, crawling up the bed to suck at my soul. By the 4th time, I was too terrified to go back to sleep. I grabbed my book and went downstairs to the small reading room off the living room. I must have been there about an hour, trying to distract myself with my novel when I heard it. A slow, rhythmic dripping sound coming from the staircase landing. Drip, 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 like water falling from a great height onto the hardwood floor. My whole body went cold. I knew without looking what I would see if I turned around. But I couldn't stop myself. I turned slowly toward the staircase. She was standing on the landing, the girl from my dreams, water pooling around her bare feet. In the dim light from my reading lamp, she looked even more corpse-like than in the dreams. Her skin had that same grayish-blue tint. Her black dress clung to her like a second skin, and her hair hung in wet ropes around her face. She was staring right at me with those same black, empty eyes. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just sat there, paralyzed with terror, as she took one step down the stairs toward me. Somehow, I managed to reach for my phone on the side table. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it at her. The moment the light hit her, she vanished, just disappeared, along with the dripping sounds and the puddle of water. I ran upstairs and woke Mark, babbling about what I'd seen. He searched the whole house with me, but we found nothing. No wet footprints, no puddles, no sign anyone or anything had been on that landing. "It was just a continuation of your nightmare," he insisted, holding me as I shook uncontrollably. "Sleep paralysis or something. It wasn't real." But it was. I know it was. The next night, I refused to sleep in our bedroom. I made up the couch in the living room and tried to stay awake as long as possible. Mark thought I was overreacting, but stayed with me until I insisted he go get some real sleep. I must have dozed off around 2 a.m. because the next thing I remember is hearing my name being called. "Amelie!" It was a woman's voice, sickeningly sweet, like poisoned honey. Not the girl's voice. This was an adult woman. "Amelie! Wake up! Amelie!" My eyes shot open, but I couldn't move my body. The voice was right next to my ear now. "I see you, Amelie. I've been waiting for you." The lights in the living room began to flicker, and there was a high-pitched ringing in my ears that got louder and louder until I thought my head would explode. Then suddenly, I could move again. I bolted upright, screaming. Mark came thundering down the stairs. "What? What is it? Didn't you hear it? The voice? The lights were flickering." He looked around the perfectly normal, well-lit living room. "The lights are fine, Em, and I didn't hear anything except you screaming." I knew then that whatever was in this house was targeting me specifically. It wanted me to know it was there, but it was hiding from Mark. 2 nights later, something even stranger happened. We were back in our bedroom. Mark had convinced me I couldn't sleep on the couch forever, and I was so exhausted I gave in. Around 4 a.m., Mark suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, panting heavily. His eyes were open, but when I spoke to him, he didn't respond. He just sat there, breathing like he'd run a marathon, staring straight ahead at nothing for about 2 minutes. Then he laid back down and was instantly asleep again. In the morning, he had no memory of it. Said I must have dreamed it. But the same thing happened the next night too. Same time, same behavior. This time I recorded it on my phone to show him. When he watched the video, his face went pale. That's not normal," he admitted. "I don't remember any of that." We started researching the history of the house that day. It took some digging, but we finally found something in the county historical archives. In 1907, a woman and her young daughter had drowned in the creek that runs behind the property. The girl was 11. The newspaper article suggested it might have been a murder-suicide, that the mother had held her daughter under the water before drowning herself. Their bodies weren't found for 3 days. The article included a grainy photograph of the girl taken a few months before her death. She had long, dark hair and was wearing a black dress. The article also mentioned that they had lived in our house. The girl's bedroom had been what was now our master bedroom. We moved out the next day, just packed what we could fit in our cars and left. We're still trying to sell the place, but no one's interested. The real estate agent who sold it to us won't return our calls. Sometimes I still dream about her, the girl with the black eyes. I wake up feeling like something's been taken from me, something vital I'll never get back. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I swear I can see water dripping from nowhere onto my perfectly dry floor. Story 19. I still can't shake what happened to me back in 2020. It's been about 4 years now, and I'm turning 17 soon, but the memories are just as vivid as they were when I was 13. I've never really told anyone the full story because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. That summer, my cousin Emma was staying with us for a couple of weeks. We were both 13 and super close, more like siblings than cousins. Our neighborhood was pretty boring, so we spent most days riding our bikes around looking for anything interesting to do. One particularly hot afternoon in July, we decided to explore further than we usually did. There was this property about a mile from my house that we'd always been curious about. It was surrounded by this old wooden fence with gaps big enough for us to peek through. From what we could see, it had these amazing mango trees, a small lake and tons of wild bushes. The place looked abandoned most of the time. "Let's check it out," Emma suggested, and I agreed without much thought. We found a section of the fence that had fallen over and slipped our bikes through. The moment we stepped onto the property, I felt this weird sensation in my stomach. Not exactly fear, more like when you know you're doing something you shouldn't be. But Emma was already racing ahead, so I pushed the feeling aside and followed her. The property was even cooler up close. The mango trees were massive, with branches hanging low enough that we could grab fruit without climbing. The lake wasn't very big, maybe the size of a backyard pool, but it was surrounded by these tall reeds and looked pretty deep in the middle. We dropped our bikes near the entrance and started exploring. For about an hour, we just ran around, throwing mangoes at each other and making up games. The sun was starting to set, casting these long shadows across the ground. That's when I noticed it. Under one of the mango trees, about 50 feet away, stood what looked like a really tall, pitch-black shadow. At first, I thought it was just the tree's shadow, but it was too defined, too person-shaped. It was easily 7 feet tall and completely still. "Emma," I whispered, pointing toward it. "Do you see that?" She turned and squinted, then nodded slowly. "Yeah. And there's another one over there," she said, pointing to a spot near the lake. Sure enough, there was a second figure, slightly shorter than the first, but just as dark. They were both completely black, like holes cut into reality. They had no features I could make out, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just these solid black silhouettes, standing perfectly still. The weird thing was, we weren't scared. Not at all. In fact, I remember thinking they seemed kind of friendly, like they were curious about us. "Do you think they want to play?" Emma asked, which sounds ridiculous now, but in the moment felt completely natural. I called out to them, "Hey, do you want to join us?" They didn't move or respond, but I swear the air around us changed, became lighter somehow, like they were happy we'd acknowledged them. As the sun dipped lower, we reluctantly decided to head home for dinner. As we grabbed our bikes, I glanced back at the mango tree, but the shadow figures were gone. I felt weirdly disappointed. We rode home faster than usual, as it was getting dark. When we got to my driveway, Emma suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look," she whispered, pointing to the side of my house. There they were, both shadow figures, standing at the edge of our property, watching us. My heart should have been pounding with fear, but instead, I felt this strange sense of comfort, like they were making sure we got home safely. We went inside for dinner, and I kept glancing out the window, but they were no longer visible. That night, as I was falling asleep, I opened my eyes to see one of them standing in the corner of my bedroom. Again, no fear, just this weird sense that it was protecting me. I fell asleep with it watching over me. The next day, Emma woke me up early, eyes wide with excitement. "They were in my room last night too," she whispered. Over the next few days, the shadow figures became like our secret friends. They'd appear during our bike rides, standing at a distance, or we'd spot them in the yard while we played. Sometimes we'd wake up in the middle of the night to find them beside our beds, just watching. It should have been terrifying, but it felt right somehow. About a week after we first saw them, I was taking the trash out after dinner. It was almost completely dark outside, and as I dragged the bin to the curb, I noticed something different. There was another shadow figure standing across the street. This one was much taller than the others, at least 9 feet, and unlike the others, this one felt wrong. The air around it seemed colder, heavier. For the first time since this all started, I felt genuine fear. I dropped the trash and ran back inside, locking the door behind me. I didn't tell Emma about this new figure. I don't know why, but it felt like a secret I needed to keep. That night, Emma came into my room around midnight. Her eyes looked different, almost glazed over. "I've been talking to them," she said, sitting on the edge of my bed. "They told me something important." "What?" I asked, sitting up. "They said we're special, that we can see them because we're meant for something else, something better than this life." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "They want us to join them," she said, her voice eerily calm. "We have to die to do it, but they said it won't hurt. It'll be beautiful." I stared at her, my heart pounding. This wasn't Emma talking. Not really. Something was very wrong. "I don't think that's a good idea," I said carefully. "Don't you want to be with them forever?" she asked, looking genuinely confused. "Don't you want to be free?" I didn't sleep that night. I kept watching Emma, who finally fell asleep in my bed around 3 in the morning. The shadow figures stood in the corners of my room, more of them now, 5 or 6 at least. And outside my window, I could see the tall one, watching. The next day, Emma was like a different person. She was quiet, distant, her eyes constantly darting to spaces where the shadow figures stood. Around noon, she suddenly grabbed my hand. "Let's go back to the mango trees," she said. Something told me not to go, but I was afraid to leave her alone. We rode our bikes back to the property, and the moment we arrived, I knew something bad was going to happen. The air felt heavy, like before a thunderstorm. Emma walked straight to one of the mango trees and pulled a length of rope from her backpack that I hadn't even noticed she was carrying. "What's that for?" I asked, my voice shaking. "For us," she said simply. "They're all here now. They're waiting for us." I looked around and saw she was right. Shadow figures surrounded us, at least a dozen of them, including the tall one, which stood slightly apart from the others. Emma began fashioning the rope into a noose. My heart was racing, but part of me, a part I didn't recognize, was curious. What if she was right? What if something better was waiting? She tied the rope to a branch and made 2 nooses. As she worked, I noticed a stray dog watching us from the bushes. It was growling softly, its eyes fixed not on us, but on the shadow figures. "You go first," Emma said, handing me one of the nooses. "I'll be right behind you." I took the rope, my hands trembling. The shadow figures seemed to move closer, watching intently. But as I was about to put it around my neck, the dog suddenly burst from the bushes, barking furiously. It charged straight at the shadow figures, passing right through them, but dispersing their forms momentarily like smoke. The spell broke. I dropped the rope and grabbed Emma's hand. "We need to leave. Now." She fought against me, trying to pull away, but I was stronger. I dragged her to our bikes, the dogs still barking behind us. The shadow figures were reforming, moving toward us with purpose now. We pedaled away as fast as we could, but I could feel them following. Emma was crying, begging me to go back, saying we'd ruined everything. As we reached the main road, Emma suddenly veered off the shoulder and onto the highway itself. A truck was approaching fast. "Emma, stop!" I screamed, following her onto the road. She turned to look at me, her face peaceful. "They're waiting for us on the other side," she said. I glanced across the highway and saw the tall shadow figure standing there, watching. Something about its stillness terrified me to my core, and I hesitated, hitting my brakes. Emma didn't stop. The truck driver honked and swerved, but it was too late. I remember seeing her hit, my own bike spinning out of control as I tried to avoid the truck. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the circle of shadow figures standing at the edge of the road, watching silently. I woke up in the hospital 3 days later. Multiple broken bones, internal bleeding, concussion. I was about to go into my second surgery when my mum told me Emma hadn't made it. I cried until I had no tears left. During my entire hospital stay, I didn't see a single shadow figure, not once. And after I was released, they never appeared again. It was like they'd gotten what they wanted, Emma, and had no use for me anymore. I've spent the last 4 years trying to understand what happened. Were they ghosts, demons, something else entirely? And why did they want us to die? I've researched shadow people online and found similar stories, but nothing that fully explains what we experienced. The property with the mango trees was demolished the following year to build new houses. Sometimes I ride my bike past it and try to feel something, any trace of the shadow figures. But there's nothing. I still have nightmares about the tall one. In my dreams, it's always waiting, patient and eternal, knowing that someday, one way or another, I'll cross to wherever Emma is now. I'm turning 17 next month, and I'm terrified because Emma never got to be 17. Sometimes I feel like I'm living on borrowed time, time that should have ended that day on the highway. Has anyone else ever encountered these shadow figures? Do you know what they want? Please, if you have any information, I need to know. I need to understand why they chose us, and why I'm still here when Emma isn't. Story 20. I've been putting off writing about this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. I keep replaying it in my head, and I'm starting to think I'll go crazy if I don't tell someone. This happened about a month ago in my hometown of Millfield. I'm 19, still living with my mum while I figure out college stuff. My parents split when I was 12, and my stepdad lives across town in one of those cookie-cutter townhouses. It was a Tuesday night around 10 o'clock. I was just chilling in my room, scrolling through TikTok when my phone rang. It was my stepdad, sounding pretty worked up. Our family dog, Max, this old black lab we've had since I was 9, had somehow slipped out the back door when he was taking out the trash. Max is getting up there in years, about 11 now, and he's never been a runner, but I guess something caught his attention. "Jason, I've been looking for an hour now," my stepdad said. "Your mom's working late, and I'm worried he'll get hit by a car or something. Can you help me look?" Of course I said yes. Max is basically family, and even though my stepdad and I don't always see eye to eye, I wasn't about to let him search alone. I threw on a hoodie, grabbed my keys, and headed out to my car. Just an old Honda Civic, nothing special, but it gets me around. I met up with my stepdad at his place first. He looked exhausted already, hair all messed up like he'd been running his hands through it. We made a quick plan. He'd keep searching the immediate area and checking with neighbors, and I'd drive around the wider neighborhood, checking places Max might have wandered to. "He's got his collar with the tags on," my stepdad reminded me, "and he's microchipped, but still." I nodded, knowing what he was thinking. Max isn't just a dog. He's been with us through the divorce, through all the changes. He was there when I broke my arm in 7th grade and wouldn't leave my side for days. So I started driving around, windows down despite the chill in the air, calling Max's name every few minutes. I checked the park where we used to take him, a couple of alleyways he liked to sniff around. Nothing. After about 45 minutes of searching, I got this weird feeling, like a tug in my gut, that I should check near my old high school. It made zero sense. The school was 1.5 miles away, and there's no way an arthritic lab would make it that far, especially at night. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It was almost like someone was whispering in my ear, "Go to the school." I've never been superstitious or anything, but I figured I'd follow my instinct just to rule it out. The high school sits back from the main road, with this long service road that splits to form 2 entrances. During the day, it's busy with buses and students, but at night it's completely deserted, just streetlights casting these eerie orange pools every 100 feet or so. I drove slowly down the service road, scanning both sides, though I felt kind of stupid for even being there. When I reached the dead end, I made a U-turn to head back. That's when it happened. I glanced up at the night sky. I don't even know why, just a random look up, and noticed this star that was way brighter than all the others. At first, I thought maybe it was Venus or something, but it was too bright, too present. I did a double take, and without even thinking, I said out loud, "What the fuck is that?" The moment, and I swear to God this is exactly what happened, the moment those words left my mouth, the light reacted. It's like it heard me or something. 1 second it was just hanging there in the sky, and the next it shot off in a perfectly straight line faster than anything I've ever seen. This wasn't a shooting star. Shooting stars streak across the sky. They don't sit motionless and then take off. And the way it moved, it was like it engaged some kind of warp drive from Star Trek or something. There's no earthly technology that moves like that. But what really freaked me out, what still gives me chills when I think about it, was what happened next. As it shot away, it left behind this ring formation in the sky, kind of like Saturn's rings, but smaller. The ring formed from the exact point where the object had been hovering, extending to where it vanished. It hung there for maybe 3 seconds, glowing this weird bluish-white color. Then it started breaking apart into what looked like embers, like when sparks rise up from a campfire. I stopped my car right in the middle of the road. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't even grip the steering wheel. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I felt this weird sensation like all the adrenaline was draining out of me at once. I just sat there, trying to process what I'd just seen. The thing that kept replaying in my mind was how it seemed to react to me noticing it, like it was watching me, and when I acknowledged its presence, it bolted. That thought made my skin crawl. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in disbelief, before my phone rang and snapped me back to reality. It was my stepdad again. "Jason, where are you? Any luck?" I couldn't even form words at first. My mouth was dry and my brain was still trying to catch up with what my eyes had seen. I'm by the high school," I finally managed to say. "The high school? Why the hell would Max be all the way out there?" "I don't know, just a hunch," I mumbled. "I'll head back your way now." I hung up and just sat there for another minute, staring at the spot in the sky where the object had been. There was nothing there now, not even a trace of the ring. It was just normal night sky, stars twinkling like nothing had happened. As I drove back toward my stepdad's neighborhood, I kept glancing up at the sky, half expecting to see the light again. My mind was racing with questions. What was that thing? Was it some kind of experimental aircraft? A drone? But no drone moves like that, and no aircraft I know of can accelerate from a standstill to gone in less than a second. And why did it react when I noticed it? That's the part that keeps me up at night. It's like it was observing me, and when it realized I was observing it back, it fled. That feels deliberate, intelligent. I was so distracted that I almost missed seeing a black shape moving between 2 houses as I drove through a neighborhood about 2 blocks from my stepdad's place. I slammed on, my brakes and backed up. Sure enough, there was Max sniffing around someone's garbage cans like he hadn't just caused a massive panic. "Max!" I called out, relief washing over me. He looked up, tail wagging lazily, like he was saying, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" I got out and grabbed his collar, checking him over. He seemed completely fine, not even tired, just happy to see me and ready to go home. I called my stepdad, who nearly cried with relief. When I brought Max back, my stepdad kept thanking me, telling me how worried he'd been. I just nodded, going through the motions, but my mind was 1,000,000 miles away, or however far that light had traveled in those few seconds. I didn't tell my stepdad what I'd seen. What would I even say? Hey, while looking for Max, I saw a UFO that noticed me noticing it and then warped away, leaving a dissolving ring in the sky. He already thinks I'm too into sci-fi stuff. He'd think I was making it up or that I'd been smoking something, but I know what I saw. I wasn't high, I wasn't tired, I wasn't hallucinating. It was there, and it reacted to me. It's been a month now, and I still find myself looking up at the night sky every time I go outside after dark. Part of me hopes I'll see it again, just to prove to myself that I'm not crazy. Part of me is terrified that I will. I kick myself every day for not having a dash cam. Just my luck that the one time something truly unexplainable happens, I have zero proof. Who's going to believe me? Sometimes I barely believe myself. But then I remember the way my stomach dropped when that light shot away. The way the hair on my arms stood up when that ring appeared in the sky. I've researched similar sightings online, but nothing quite matches what I saw. Most UFO sightings don't include that ring effect, and I can't find any reports of objects reacting to being observed the way this one did. I don't know what was in the sky that night above Millfield. I don't know why it was watching me, or why it fled when I noticed it. All I know is that something was there, something that shouldn't exist according to everything I've been taught about the world. And now, I can't stop wondering, if that thing exists, what else is out there? And more importantly, what did it want with a random 19-year-old looking for his dog in a small town nobody's ever heard of?